The first thing they told me was not to trust the map. Not the paper one, not the GPS, not even the highway signs. Just those words, repeated twice by the officer who handed me the keys. Sector 9 doesn't always stay where it should, he said, sliding the radio toward me like it was heavier than it looked. And Highway 37, you don't mark it in the log unless you want questions you can't answer. I remember laughing a little, not because it was funny, but because I didn't know what else to do. It stopped being funny about 20 minutes into my shift. The night air outside the station felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Not cold, not hot, just empty, like the desert had been stretched too thin and forgot how to breathe. My assignment was simple: patrol Sector 9, check border cameras, report any unusual crossings, standard night shift work. At least that's what the file said. But when I got into the cruiser, I noticed something taped under the sun visor, a small printed note. Do not follow Highway 37, past mile 47. No signature, no explanation. I stared at it for a long time before starting the engine. The radio crackled once, like it was clearing its throat. And then dispatch spoke. Unit 7, confirm visual on Sector 9 entry point. I answered automatically, copy, entering now. But the thing is, I hadn't reached any entry point yet. I was still on the access road behind the station. That was the first time I felt it, that small shift in reality, like the world was slightly out of sync with what I was seeing. I drove anyway. The road out of the station twisted into desert almost immediately. No lights, no houses, just long stretches of asphalt cutting through sand like a scar that never healed. And then I saw the sign. Highway 37, mile 1. Except I swear on everything, there was no Highway 37 on the map I was given. Still, I kept going. The radio stayed quiet for a while, too quiet. Even dispatch seemed to be holding its breath. Then, at what should have been mile 12, I saw my first patrol marker. A broken reflector post, bent slightly toward the road like something had leaned on it. I slowed down. That's when the radio crackled again. Unit 7, confirm visual on white cargo truck southbound. I scanned the road ahead, empty. Negative, I said, no traffic. There was a pause, longer than normal. Then dispatch responded, almost slower than before. Copy, keep moving. But as I drove forward, something in the mirror caught my eye. Headlights. Not behind me exactly, but slightly off, like they were following me from a road that didn't exist parallel to mine. I checked again. Nothing. Just desert. That was the second time I felt it, like the highway was pretending to be alone. Mile 20 came without incident, then mile 30. But something changed around mile 33. The road sign started repeating. Mile 30. Then again. Mile 30. Same sign, same rust, same tilt. I stopped the car. Stepped out. The wind was gone. Not calm, not still. Gone. Like the world had muted itself. I walked up to the second mile 30 sign, ran my fingers across the metal. Cold. Fresh cold, not desert-worn, not aged. New. My radio clicked. But this time, it wasn't dispatch. It was a voice. Mine. Unit 7, confirm visual on white cargo truck southbound. I froze. That transmission had just come through, but I hadn't spoken. I got back in the cruiser fast, locked the doors, and kept driving. That's when I first saw it. Highway 37 didn't go straight anymore. It curved slightly to the left, just enough that it shouldn't have been possible in that terrain. And the desert on the right side felt farther away than it should have been. Like it was receding. Like the road was stretching itself. At mile 41, I saw tire marks. Fresh ones. Too fresh. They crossed my lane, then disappeared into nothing. No vehicle, no crash, just marks that stopped midair like someone lifted the rest of reality away. I radioed dispatch again. Do we have any active units ahead of me? Silence. Then, negative, you are the only unit assigned Sector 9. I looked at the note again under my visor. Do not follow Highway 37, past mile 47. Mile 41 felt suddenly too close. At mile 44, the first real problem happened. A truck appeared, parked on the side of the road. White cargo truck, engine running, hazard lights blinking. Exactly like dispatch had said. I slowed down, but something was wrong. No driver, no movement, no sound except the engine ticking like it was cooling down from a long drive. I got out. Every instinct told me not to, but training wins over instinct sometimes. The truck door was slightly open. Inside was nothing. No cargo, no seats occupied, just a steering wheel still vibrating slightly like someone had only just let go. Then my radio crackled again. Unit 7, confirm visual on white cargo truck. I looked at it, looked away, and when I looked back, it was gone. Not driven away, not moved, just gone. The asphalt where it had been was still warm. That's when I started driving faster. Mile 46 came too quickly. Too clean. Too quiet. No signs, no wind, no radio traffic. Just me and the road now. And then mile 47 appeared. The sign was different. Not rusted, not bent. It was glowing faint red. Like it had been waiting. My brakes hit instinctively. Car stopped. Engine idling. And for the first time since I started this shift, the radio didn't crackle. It spoke clearly. Not dispatch. Not my voice. Something else. Unit 7 has reached restricted boundary. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The desert around me changed. It wasn't desert anymore. It looked flatter, like a photograph that had been pressed too hard. And behind me, headlights appeared. Dozens. No sound of engines. No movement of dust. Just light. Watching. Then a slow knock came from the driver's window. I turned. There was no one there. But the knock came again. 3 times. Patient. Almost polite. I looked forward again. And the highway ahead of mile 47 was gone. Not blocked. Not broken. Gone. Just empty space where asphalt should have been. My radio came alive one last time. And this time it used my full name. Officer, you are not cleared beyond this point. I swallowed hard. Then what is this place? I asked without thinking. Static. Then a voice answered. Not mine. Not human. You are already past where you started. That sentence hit harder than anything I expected. Because I checked my odometer. And it didn't say 47. It said 12. My breath stopped. I looked at the sign again. Mile 47, Highway 37. And just behind it, something moved in the dark. Not fast. Not slow. Just patient. Like it had been standing there long before I arrived. Waiting for me to notice. My hands shook as I put the car in reverse. But the moment I did, the headlights behind me got closer. Not approaching. Just becoming clearer. More defined. Like they were remembering how to be seen. The radio whispered one last thing before going dead. Do not complete the loop. And then everything went silent. Except the engine. Except the headlights. Except the feeling that the road behind me was no longer the road I had come in on. I pressed the accelerator, but Highway 37 didn't move. It waited, like it knew exactly where I would turn next. The truck was there, and then it was. 1 second I had it in my headlights, white cargo body, running engine, heat shimmering off the hood like it had just come off a long drive. And the next second, there was only road. Empty asphalt stretching like nothing had ever touched it. I slammed the brakes without thinking. The tires skidded slightly, dust biting into the air behind me. My heart jumped so hard I felt it in my throat. I stared at the space where the truck had been. It wasn't parked anymore. It wasn't gone like it drove away. It was gone like it had never existed at all. My hand went straight to the radio. Dispatch, I just had visual on a white cargo truck, Sector 9, Mile 44. It's gone now. Static answered me first. Long, heavy, like the radio was breathing through sand. Then dispatch came in, calm in a way that felt wrong. Unit 7, confirm last known position. I looked at the road again. Even the tire marks I thought I saw earlier, they were fading. Not from wind, not from movement, from memory. Like the road was forgetting it had ever been touched. Mile 44, I said. Southbound lane, it was right here. A pause. Too long. Then, no units are scheduled in your sector at this time. That made my stomach drop. Because I knew what I saw. And I knew what I was told. And those two things were no longer agreeing with each other. I stepped out of the cruiser. The desert was quiet again, too quiet. Even the wind felt like it had stepped away from this stretch of highway. I walked slowly toward the spot where the truck had been. Each step felt heavier than the last, like the ground didn't fully accept me anymore. When I reached the center of the road, I crouched down. The asphalt was still warm. Fresh warmth. Like something heavy had just pressed into it. My fingers hovered above the surface, then touched it. And I felt it. A vibration. Not from the engine. From underneath the road. Like something was still moving below it, just out of reach. I pulled my hand back fast. My radio crackled again. This time, a different voice cut in before dispatch could speak. Unit 7, why did you report a vehicle that is not in your sector? I froze. That voice wasn't familiar. Not dispatch, not command. It sounded like someone speaking through a filter of distance, like they were talking from the other side of a long tunnel. I saw it, I said. It was right here. Silence. Then the voice returned slower. Describe the vehicle. I hesitated, because suddenly I wasn't fully sure. I remembered it clearly, but the details were already slipping at the edges, like wet paper. White cargo truck, I said. No markings, engine running, southbound lane. Another pause. Then, no such vehicle exists in your sector log. That word, log, hit me harder than it should have. Because I checked the log before shift. I remember scrolling it. And now I couldn't remember what was actually written there. I walked back to the cruiser slowly. My eyes kept drifting to the mirror. Not because I wanted to. Because something in me felt like I wasn't alone anymore. When I sat back inside, I checked the dashboard screen. Route data. Sector map. Highway 37. And there it was again. Mile markers that didn't match what I had just driven. Mile 44 was gone. Not updated. Not rerouted. Gone. Like the system had erased a section of road while I was standing on it. I pressed my forehead against the steering wheel for a second. Just to breathe. Just to reset. But then the radio clicked again. And this time, it didn't call me by unit number. It used my name. Officer, do not approach the moving segment. My head snapped up. What moving segment? Silence. Then the answer came, softer. The part of the road that is no longer. I looked forward through the windshield. The highway ahead looked normal again. Too normal. Almost clean. But something about it felt off. Like a photograph slightly out of focus. I started driving again. Slow. Careful. Every instinct told me not to. But stopping felt worse. Mile 45 came without warning. No sign. No marker. Just a shift in the road texture. Like the asphalt had been replaced mid-drive. And then I saw something ahead again. Headlights. I slowed immediately. My hands tightened on the wheel. Not again, I whispered. But this time it wasn't a parked truck. It was moving. Slow. Perfectly aligned in my lane. Approaching me. No sound on the radio. No dispatch interference. Just the low hum of an engine that didn't belong in this silence. I pulled over slightly. Waited. The vehicle came closer. White cargo truck. Same shape. Same glow. But something was wrong. The headlights didn't reflect dust. They didn't scatter like real light should. They stayed tight. Focused. Like they were cutting through something instead of illuminating it. I reached for the radio. And before I even spoke, dispatch came in again. Unit 7, confirm visual on cargo unit. My throat went dry. I see it, I said. Do not engage. That was all they said. Then silence again. The truck passed me slowly. Too slowly. The driver's side window was dark. Too dark. Not tinted, not shadowed. Empty. No silhouette, no movement. Just darkness where a person should have been. As it passed, my radio screamed static so loud I nearly dropped it. And then, a second truck appeared behind it. Exactly the same. Then another. And another. All identical. All silent. All moving in perfect spacing like they were part of a convoy that didn't exist on any record. My breathing got faster. I counted them without thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4. They kept coming. But something worse started happening as I watched. Each truck that passed me was slightly less real than the one before it. The first looked solid. The second had faint edges. The third looked like it was being drawn into focus. The fourth flickered. Like the road itself was struggling to keep them visible. I pressed my foot on the brake. My cruiser stopped fully now. And I just watched. Because I realized something I didn't want to accept. These trucks weren't passing me. They were repeating me. Looping through the same stretch of road. Like the highway was recycling motion. Trying to decide what was real and what wasn't. Then one of the trucks did something different. It slowed. Stopped. Right beside me. I couldn't see inside. But I felt it. A presence. Not watching me. Measuring me. My radio clicked once. Then a voice whispered, "Why are you out of sequence?" My chest tightened. "I'm not," I said quietly. "I'm stationary." A pause. Longer than anything before it. Then, "You are the missing variable." The truck beside me began to fade. Not drive away. Not move. Fade. Like ink dissolving in water. I stepped out of the cruiser without thinking. Bad idea. But my body moved before my mind could stop it. The moment my foot touched the asphalt, the entire convoy stopped. Every truck, every headlight, every engine hum. Frozen, like I had stepped into a paused frame of reality. I walked closer to the fatting truck. My reflection barely showed in its surface, like I wasn't fully here anymore. I reached out. My fingers touched the metal, and it felt warm. Too warm, like it had just been built. Then the truck's surface rippled, not like water, like memory. And for half a second, I saw inside. Not cargo, not seats, but a long, empty highway stretching in all directions. And in the center of it, another version of me, sitting in a cruiser, driving, reporting a missing truck. My hand jerked back instantly. I stumbled away, breathing hard. The convoy began moving again immediately, like nothing had happened, like I had never stopped them. One by one they passed me, and each driver's seat was still empty. But now I understood something worse. They weren't missing. They never had drivers. I got back into my cruiser fast, locked the doors, hands shaking. The radio came alive one final time. But this time it wasn't a voice. It was a recording of my own breath, looping over and over, as if the system had started copying me. The highway ahead of me stretched forward again, too straight, too endless, and somewhere inside it, I could feel mile 47 waiting, not as a destination, but as something the road was slowly pushing me toward. And just before the radio cut out completely, I heard one last sentence spoken in my own voice. Soft, close. Next time you see the truck, don't report it. It went silent the moment I crossed mile 47. Not normal silence. Not radio is down silence. It was like someone reached inside the channel and cut the world out of it. 1 second I could hear dispatch breathing through static, the next second nothing. No crackle, no background hum, not even the faint electrical hiss that should always be there. Just empty air. I tapped the radio once, then again. Nothing. My hands tightened around the wheel without me realizing it. Because silence on a patrol channel doesn't just mean technical failure. It means someone else might be listening instead. I kept driving anyway. That's what you're supposed to do in Sector 9. Don't stop. Don't question too much. Just report and move. But the road ahead didn't feel like movement anymore. It felt like repetition. Same asphalt, same cracked lines, same desert stretching out like it was painted and never updated. And then I saw it. The patrol unit. 2 SUVs ahead on the shoulder. Hazard lights flashing. I slowed immediately. Relief hit me for half a second. Real vehicles, real presence, something normal. But the closer I got, the more that feeling started to rot. Because the SUVs weren't parked like they had stopped. They were placed like they were waiting. Perfect distance, perfect angle, like someone had staged them for inspection. I rolled closer and stopped behind them. No radio response. No dispatch confirmation. Just dead air. I stepped out. The wind was gone again. That same unnatural stillness from mile 47 pressed around everything like a thick cloth. I approached the first SUV. Driver door open. Key still in ignition. Dashboard lit. But no movement inside. No officers. Just empty seats with seatbelts still slightly stretched, like someone had just stepped out mid-motion. I leaned closer and noticed something that made my stomach twist. The radio inside was still on, but it wasn't playing dispatch. It was playing my own last transmission. My voice, repeating the words. Confirm visual on white cargo truck. Confirm visual, confirm. Over and over. Looping. Not a recording. A playback. Like the vehicle was stuck inside a moment I had already lived. I stepped back fast. My breathing got heavier. I checked the second SUV. Same thing. Door open. Engine warm. No occupants. But this one had something different on the windshield. A handwritten note. Smudged ink. 3 words. We are still here. I froze. Because the handwriting wasn't printed. It wasn't official. It looked rushed. Panicked. Human. I reached for the radio again. Still dead. I tried switching channels. Nothing changed. Then for half a second, I heard it. A whisper. Not from dispatch. From inside the SUV. Unit 7, do you read? I turned instantly. Inside the empty driver's seat, the radio flickered. Static forming into words. Slowly. Like it was learning how to speak again. Unit 7, this is Patrol Unit 12. My chest tightened. 12. That matched one of the missing unit alerts I remembered from briefing. But I couldn't be sure anymore. My memory felt soft, unstable. Like the road was erasing edges of thought. Unit 12, I said into my handheld. State your position. A pause. Then the voice answered. We are on Highway 37, southbound, past mile 47. My blood went cold, because that was exactly where I was. I'm right behind you, I said slowly. Another pause. Longer this time. Then, no, you are not behind us. I looked around instinctively. Empty road. Empty desert. No convoy, no other units. Just my cruiser sitting, alone between 2 abandoned SUVs. What do you mean? I asked. The radio crackled harder now. Like the signal was struggling against something. We passed mile 47 3 hours ago. We are still driving, but we are not reaching anything new. That sentence didn't make sense at first, but my brain tried to force it into shape. 3 hours. I checked my dashboard clock. It showed 26 minutes since mile 47. I blinked. Looked again. Same number. No change. A chill crawled up my spine. I looked back at the SUVs. And that's when I noticed something worse. They were not empty anymore. Not fully. Inside the passenger seat of the first SUV, there was movement. Slow. Barely visible. Like someone was trying to remember how to exist. I stepped closer. My boots scraped the asphalt. Inside, a figure sat hunched forward. Officer uniform. Head down. But I couldn't see a face. Just shadow where a face should be. Unit 12, I said carefully. Do you have visual contact with me? The radio answered immediately. Yes. But the voice didn't come from the radio this time. It came from the SUV. Right next to me. I backed up fast. Heart pounding. The figure inside lifted its head slightly. And I realized something that made my stomach drop completely. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking through me. Like I wasn't fully in the same layer of reality. Then the radio spoke again. Unit 7, we cannot leave this road. I swallowed hard. Why not? Silence. Then, because it repeats us. The wind returned suddenly. Hard. Sharp. Like something outside this space had noticed the conversation. Sand hit my face. I turned instinctively away from it. And when I looked back, The SUVs were gone. Not driving away. Not fading. Just gone. Like they had been deleted. Only tire marks remained. And even those were already disappearing. My breathing got uneven. I got back into my cruiser fast. Locked the doors. Checked every mirror. Nothing behind me. But I didn't feel alone anymore. I drove forward again. Because that's all I could do. But now the silence wasn't empty. It felt full. Like something was occupying the frequency I couldn't hear. Minutes passed. Or maybe longer. Time didn't feel stable anymore. Then the radio came back. Not static. Not broken. Clear. Too clear. Unit 7. I froze. That wasn't dispatch. That wasn't Unit 12. It was something else. I answered anyway. This is Unit 7. A pause. Then the voice said something I didn't expect. You are reporting events that have already been processed. My grip tightened on the wheel. Processed by who? No answer. Instead, the radio switched channels on its own. And I heard myself again. Not my current voice. My earlier transmission. From before mile 47. Negative, no visual on cargo truck. I felt my stomach twist. Because I remembered saying that. But I also remembered saying something after it. Something I couldn't recall fully now. Like the memory had been partially erased. The radio cut out. Then came back. A new voice. Dispatch. But wrong. Too slow. Too stretched. Unit 7, you are not currently assigned to Sector 9. I blinked. That's impossible, I'm on shift. Silence. Then, you are still en route to mile 47. My hands went cold. I looked at the odometer. It read 46.8. Not 47. Not 48. 46.8. Like I was still approaching something I had already passed. I pressed the accelerator harder. But the road didn't feel faster. It felt circular. Repeating. Like every few seconds I was back in a slightly different version of the same stretch. Then I saw headlights again. But this time, they were coming from behind me. Close. Too close. I checked the mirror. Nothing. Checked again. Still nothing. But the light was there, reflecting off something I couldn't see. And then the radio whispered one final thing. Not a voice. Not static. A recognition. You are now between transmissions. And the moment it said that, the radio went completely silent again. But this silence wasn't empty. It felt like something had finally finished listening and started answering back in ways I couldn't yet see. The fog didn't roll in. It appeared. 1 second the highway was clear, dry, empty. The next second it was swallowed. Thick white walls pressing in from both sides of the road, like something had closed its eyes around me. And inside that fog, headlights started turning on. One by one. Not in front of me. Not behind me. But inside it. Like the fog itself was remembering how to become traffic. I slowed the cruiser without thinking. My hand stayed on the wheel, but my foot eased off the accelerator like my body knew something my mind hadn't accepted yet. This wasn't weather. This was formation. The radio stayed silent. Too silent. Not even static now. Just dead air, like the entire system had decided not to acknowledge what was happening outside. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. At first, I thought I saw one vehicle. Then 2. Then 5. But the more I stared, the more I realized the truth. They weren't coming closer. They were already here, just hidden inside the fog until I focused enough to notice them. Cars, trucks, SUVs, all moving in the same direction, all perfectly spaced. No sound of engines reached me, not even tire noise, only the faint vibration of the highway under me, like something far bigger was moving beneath the asphalt instead of on it. I stopped the cruiser completely, and that's when the first vehicle passed me. A sedan, white, no license plate, no driver visible through the windshield. It didn't slow, didn't react. It just continued forward like I was part of the fog too. My throat tightened, because it passed too close. Close enough that I should have felt wind from it. But I felt nothing, like it wasn't fully interacting with air, like it was slightly out of phase with reality. Then another vehicle came. A pickup truck. Same thing. No plate. No driver. No reaction. It passed like I was invisible. I reached for the radio again. Still nothing. But this time, I swear I felt something. Not sound. Attention. Like the silence itself was watching me try. Then the fog shifted. Just slightly. And I saw something that made my chest go tight. The vehicles weren't actually passing me. They were looping. Each one reappearing on the road ahead, after disappearing into fog, like the highway was recycling them. The same sedan. The same pickup. Over and over. But each time they came back, they looked slightly different. Worn. Older. Like time wasn't flowing forward for them properly. I opened my door slowly. The air outside hit my face. Cold, but not natural cold. More like absence of heat. I stepped out. The fog immediately swallowed the lower half of my body. My boots disappeared first. Then my knees. It felt like stepping into something thick and watching it accept me. I raised my flashlight, pointed it forward. The beam barely cut through 5 feet of fog before dissolving completely. But I didn't need light to see them now, because the cars were closer, and I could hear something. Not engines, not tires, a low synchronized humming, like hundreds of machines breathing at once. I took one step forward, then another, and that's when the first vehicle came directly toward me. A black SUV. No plate. No driver. But this time it slowed. Not completely. Just enough that I could see inside. My stomach dropped. The driver's seat was not empty. It was occupied. But not by a person. Something sat there that looked like a human shape trying to remember itself. Like a shadow that hadn't fully committed to becoming solid. Its head turned slightly toward me, and in that moment, every vehicle behind it slowed too. The entire flow of traffic paused. Not stopping, just waiting, like they were all listening for something I hadn't said yet. My radio suddenly cracked to life. One sharp burst, then a voice. Not dispatch, not mine, just a voice pressed through distortion. Do not stand in the flow. I froze. The SUV remained still in front of me, its headlights flickering slightly, like they were struggling to decide whether I was real. Who is this? I whispered. No answer. Instead, the fog around me thickened. Not moving. Compressing. Like the space itself was tightening. The SUV's door handle shifted slightly. Just once, like something inside considered getting out. I stepped back immediately, and the entire line of vehicles moved again. but not forward. Around me. I realized too late that I was no longer on the shoulder. I was inside the traffic stream. The road beneath my feet was still there, but it felt secondary now. Like the real highway was happening through the fog, and I had accidentally stepped into it. My breathing got louder. Too loud. It didn't match the silence around me. Another vehicle passed. This time a bus. Windows dark. No interior lights. But I saw something pressed against the glass. Dozens of shapes inside. Sitting still. Facing forward. Not reacting to anything outside. Like passengers frozen mid-ride. Then one of them moved. Just slightly. Its head turned. And looked directly at me. Not through glass. Through distance. Through fog. Like it had been waiting for me specifically to notice it. My radio crackled again. This time clearer. Unit 7, you are in an active loop corridor. My heart tightened. Loop corridor. That phrase didn't exist in any training I remembered. At least I didn't think it did. Exit instructions, I asked quickly. Silence. Then, there is no exit while observed. My skin went cold. Observed by what? The answer came slowly. Almost careful. By the pattern you entered. I turned around immediately. The cruiser was still there. But it looked wrong. Too distant. Like it was receding even though I hadn't moved. The fog between us thickened in waves. And then I saw headlights behind it. Approaching. From the opposite direction. More vehicles. But these ones were different. They weren't passing through. They were aiming directly at me. I backed up instinctively. Step by step. But the road beneath me felt less stable with every movement. Like I was walking on something that wasn't fully solid anymore. The first of the oncoming vehicles emerged. A truck. White. Same shape as the one from earlier. No plate. No driver. But this time, I recognized something inside the windshield. A reflection. Mine. But not where I was standing. From inside the truck. Driving. Hands on wheel. Eyes forward. I stopped breathing for a second. Because the reflection didn't match my movement. It matched something I hadn't done yet. The truck passed me slowly. And as it did, I heard something inside it. A radio transmission. My own voice. From earlier. From before mile 47. Confirmed visual on cargo unit. It kept playing as it moved past me. Looping. Rewriting itself. Each repetition slightly more distorted than the last. I turned toward the next vehicle. Then the next. And realized something I didn't want to understand. Every vehicle in this fog was carrying a version of a moment I had already lived. Not copies. Not recordings. Fragments. Pieces of time that had broken off and started moving independently. My radio suddenly screamed static. Then everything stopped. The fog. The traffic. Even the humming. All of it froze. Like someone had paused the entire corridor. Except me. And the silence that followed was worse than anything before it. Because in that silence, I heard footsteps. Behind me. Slow. Measured. Not rushing. Not hiding. Just approaching. I turned. Nothing there. But the fog behind me shifted slightly. Like something had just passed through it and didn't fully leave. Then a voice spoke. Right beside my ear. Not through radio. Not through speakers. Directly. You are no longer outside the system. I spun instantly. No one. Only fog. Only headlights frozen mid-motion, around me like suspended memories. My breathing shook. "Let me out," I said quietly. "Just tell me how to leave." No answer at first. Then the fog in front of me cleared, just enough to show the road ahead. And I saw it. Mile 47 sign. Glowing faint red again. But closer than before. Too close. As if it had moved toward me while I wasn't looking. And beneath it, something was standing. Still. Watching. Not clearly human. Not fully formed. Just a shape that looked like it was assembled from reflections of all the vehicles I had seen. Every missing driver. Every empty seat. Every distorted face behind glass. All of it gathered into one point. The figure raised its hand slowly, and every frozen vehicle around me responded. Their engines started again, but not forward, toward me. And for the first time since this shift began, I understood what loop corridor really meant. It wasn't a place you entered. It was a place that entered you. And I was no longer driving through Highway 37. Highway 37 was now driving through me. The moment I tried to leave, the road changed its mind. I didn't notice it at first. It was subtle, almost polite. The cruiser just didn't turn where it should have. I remember the exact moment I made the decision. I saw a side route on the map, a straight exit that should have taken me back to the station. I took it without hesitation. But 10 minutes later, I was still on Highway 37. Same cracked asphalt, same desert line, same dead silence on the radio. And then I saw it again. Mile 47. Glowing red. Waiting like it had never moved at all. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "No," I whispered, "I already passed you." But the sign didn't care. It just stood there in the dark like it had been there longer than the desert itself. I slowed down, then stopped completely. And that's when I noticed something worse. The odometer. 47. Not 48. Not 50. Exactly 47. Like the road had reset itself while I was driving away from it. My breath got shallow. I checked the mirrors. Nothing behind me. No convoy. No fog. No headlights. Just darkness stretching too cleanly, like the world had been erased behind my path. I grabbed the radio. Dead. Not even static now. Just silence that felt heavier than sound. I turned the ignition slightly. The engine was still running, but it didn't feel like it belonged to me anymore. It felt borrowed, like something was letting me use it temporarily. I sat there for a long moment. Then I did something stupid. I reversed, just a few feet, testing it. The world didn't move normally. It didn't react like physics should. Instead, the scenery outside the window shifted. Not backward. Rewritten. The mile 47 sign slid out of frame like a page turning in a book, and then came back into view again, exactly where it had been before. But now it was closer. Too close. Like the road had folded itself back toward me. My stomach tightened. I tried forward again. Same result. The highway didn't extend. It looped. Not physically. Something deeper. Like the concept of distance itself had been bent into a circle. I opened the door slowly. Stepped out. The air hit me instantly. Dry. Cold. But not natural cold. It felt processed. Filtered. Like the atmosphere had been reused too many times. I walked toward the sign. Every step felt familiar. Too familiar. Like I had already walked this exact path before, but couldn't remember when. The red glow of mile 47 pulsed slightly now. Not steady. Like a heartbeat. I reached out and touched the metal. It was warm. That same unnatural warmth. But this time, I felt something else under it. A vibration. Soft. Rhythmic. Like something was breathing on the other side of the sign. My radio suddenly crackled. I froze. But it wasn't outside. It was inside my cruiser. Still parked. Still running. I turned slowly. And saw it. The radio screen was on again. But I wasn't the one speaking. A recording played. My voice. But older. More tired. Do not try to exit Sector 9 through the south route. It loops back wrong. I stumbled back a step. Because I had never said that before. At least, I didn't remember saying it. The recording continued. And if you reach mile 47 again, you are already inside it. The radio cut. Silence returned. But it wasn't comforting anymore. It felt like something had finished speaking and was now waiting for my response. I looked around. The desert had changed slightly. The horizon line wasn't stable anymore. It wavered, like heat distortion, but colder, more structured. I walked back to the cruiser quickly, locked the door, checked the mirrors again. Nothing, but I felt it now. The awareness, like something was observing the way I moved through this space. Not from one direction, from all directions at once. I started driving again. Slow, careful, but the road didn't feel like it was under my control anymore. Every turn I made felt slightly delayed, like the highway was deciding whether to accept it. Then I saw it, the same exit I had taken before, exactly where it should have led me out. I turned onto it immediately. Relief hit me for half a second. Real exit, real direction, finally something normal. But after 5 minutes, the desert didn't change. After 10, the road didn't narrow. After 15, I saw headlights ahead. My stomach dropped. I slowed down, because I already knew. And then it appeared. Mile 47. Again. But this time, it wasn't just glowing. It was brighter, almost alive. And behind it, something was standing in the road. The figure from before. Not fully human. Not fully anything. Just a shape made of overlapping silhouettes. Like every missing driver, every empty seat, every erased patrol had been layered into one body. It raised its hand slightly. And the road responded. The asphalt beneath me shifted. Not cracked. Shifted. Like it remembered a different layout. My cruiser slowed on its own. I tried to accelerate. Nothing. The engine responded, but the road didn't agree. The tires rolled forward anyway, but the scenery didn't move correctly anymore. It was like driving through a memory that didn't want to continue. I whispered into the radio. "This is Unit 7. I'm trying to exit Sector 9. Static returned instantly. Then a voice. "Calm. Too calm. You already attempted exit." I gripped the wheel tighter. "I'm still here." A pause. Then, "No, you are returning." My breath caught. And then I saw it. In the mirror. Behind me. The road I had just driven was already fading. Not disappearing. Rewriting. Becoming something else entirely. Like my entire journey was being undone in real time. The figure ahead stepped forward once, and the road obeyed it. My cruiser rolled forward slowly, against my will, not speeding, not crashing, just following, like it was part of the system now. I slammed the brakes. The car stopped, but only for a moment. Then the dashboard flickered, and the engine responded again on its own. I wasn't driving anymore. I was being guided. The radio clicked one final time, and I heard something that made everything inside me go cold. My own voice again, but not from memory. From ahead of me, from mile 47. Don't fight the loop. It hurts more when you resist. I looked up through the windshield, and for the first time, I understood. The highway wasn't trapping me physically. It was correcting me. Every attempt to leave was just teaching it where I belonged. The mile 47 sign grew brighter as I approached, and the figure in the road didn't move out of the way. It stepped aside like it was letting me come home. My hand slowly loosened from the wheel without me realizing it. Not surrender, more like exhaustion. Like I had been repeating this moment for too long already. The cruiser rolled forward, and as I crossed mile 47 again, the radio came alive one last time. Not broken, not distorted, perfectly clear. Unit 7, welcome back to Sector 9. And then everything went silent. But this time, the silence didn't feel empty. It felt complete. Like the road had finally finished aligning me with itself. And somewhere far behind me, I swear I heard another engine start. Like someone else had just entered the loop I couldn't leave anymore. 2:00 a.m. was supposed to be the safest time on this route. That's what they told me when I accepted the escort duty. Low traffic, cool air, clear visibility. They didn't tell me why the cargo needed armed escort. They didn't tell me why the manifest was half blacked out. And they definitely didn't tell me why everyone who had done this run before either transferred out or stopped talking about it completely. All I knew was simple. 3 vehicles, 1 lead truck, 1 middle cargo unit with sealed containers, 1 backup behind me. My job was to make sure nothing stopped moving. That's it. At least, that's what it was supposed to be. The desert station, lights faded behind us as we rolled out. Slow at first, then steady. The convoy aligned perfectly on the empty highway like it had done this route 100 times before. But I hadn't, and I felt that immediately. The radio clicked in my ear. Unit 7, confirm escort position. My hand tightened slightly on the wheel. Rear escort in position, I said. A pause. Then dispatch replied, calm and too clean. Maintain visual. Do not separate from convoy. I glanced forward. The lead truck's brake lights blinked once, then steady again. Everything looked normal. Too normal. That was the first thing that made me uneasy, because nothing in border operations ever feels that clean. There is always dust, always interference, always some kind of delay. But tonight the air felt filtered, like even the desert had been told to stay quiet. We crossed mile 10 without incident. Then mile 20. I kept checking my mirrors more than the road ahead. The cargo unit stayed perfectly centered. No swaying. No drifting. Like it was locked into invisible rails. I tried to tell myself that was good discipline, but something about it felt wrong. Like it wasn't being driven. Like it was being guided. At mile 27, the first strange thing happened. The radio in the cargo truck behind me turned on. Not mine. Theirs. I heard it clearly through the open channel. a voice repeating standard procedure codes, but slightly off rhythm. Too slow, then too fast, like someone was learning the language while speaking it. Checkpoint acknowledgement, acknowledged, acknowledged. I frowned. That wasn't normal. I keyed my radio. Control, confirm comms check on cargo unit. Static. Then, all units are green. But I had just heard it. I looked in the mirror. The cargo truck was still steady. No visible movement inside the cab. But the radio inside it was still speaking. Even after control said it was off. That was the first open loop in my head. If control says everything is normal, why is the cargo unit talking to itself? We kept moving. Mile 32. Then mile 35. The desert started changing slightly after that. Not visually at first. More like feeling. The road felt longer. Like each mile marker took more time to reach than it should have. I checked my speed. It was consistent. But distance didn't feel consistent anymore. Then I saw something ahead. A faint shimmer on the road. Like heat distortion. But colder. The lead truck slowed slightly. I matched it. The convoy stayed tight. But the shimmer didn't move. It stayed in the center of the highway like a stain. The road was refusing to absorb. Visual anomaly ahead, I reported. No response. I repeated it. Still nothing. That was the second loop opening. Because silence on a convoy channel doesn't mean peace. It means someone stopped confirming reality. We drove straight through the shimmer. Nothing happened. At first. Then my rearview mirror flickered. Just once. Like a frame was missing. I blinked. Looked again. The cargo truck behind me was slightly closer. Too close. I checked spacing immediately. It should have been at least 40 meters back. Now it looked like 15. I keyed radio again. Confirm spacing between units. Static. Then control. Spacing is unchanged. I looked again. It had changed. That was the contradiction I couldn't ignore anymore. Either my eyes were wrong, or the system was lying. At mile 41, the convoy slowed again. This time uncommanded. The lead truck's brake lights came on slowly. No radio instruction. No warning. Just a natural reduction in speed like everyone had silently agreed on it. I didn't like that, because convoys don't slow without communication. I tried calling forward unit. No answer. Rear unit. No answer. Only cargo unit responded. Through radio. Clearer than before. Do not separate. I froze slightly. That wasn't procedure language. That was instruction. Direct. Personal. Identify yourself, I said. A pause. Long enough to feel intentional. Then, we are still within escort parameters. I looked forward. The lead truck turned slightly left. Off the main highway. Just a small deviation. Barely noticeable. But it shouldn't have done that. There was no turn scheduled. I accelerated slightly to follow. The convoy adjusted instantly. Like it expected my reaction. That was the first time I felt it. Like the convoy was responding to me, instead of the road. At mile 44, the radio crackled sharply. Then a new voice broke in. Not control. Not convoy. Something older in tone. Escort Unit 7, confirm cargo integrity. I hesitated. Cargo is stable. Another pause. Then, do you know what you are transporting? My throat went dry. Because I didn't. Not fully. The manifest was sealed. Classified. Only labeled as recovered materials. Do not inspect. I'm escorting sealed cargo, I replied. The voice came back slower. You are escorting a loop. That sentence didn't make sense. But my body reacted to it before my brain did. Because something about it felt accurate. The convoy suddenly accelerated. Not me. Them. The lead truck sped up first. Then cargo unit. I matched them quickly, trying to keep formation. But the road ahead felt different again. Longer, like it stretched away from us every time we tried to approach it. At mile 46, I saw headlights ahead. Not oncoming traffic. Impossible in this sector. But there they were. Stationary. Waiting. The convoy didn't react. They just kept driving toward it. I keyed radio. Obstacle ahead, visual headlights en route. No response. Then cargo unit again. Soft. Close. There is no obstacle. But I could see it. Clearly now. A parked convoy. Identical vehicles. Same formation. Same spacing. Facing us. My stomach dropped. Because I realized something terrible. We were approaching ourselves. I slowed instinctively. The convoy behind me slowed too. Perfect synchronization. Like the system had anticipated my hesitation. The two convoys came closer. And closer. Until I could see inside the other lead truck. Empty. But still running. I felt my breath stop. Because I recognized the driver's seat in that truck. It was me. Looking forward. Driving. Same uniform. Same posture. Same route. My hands went cold instantly. I turned back to my convoy. But now the cargo unit behind me had no visible cargo lights anymore. Just darkness inside. Like it had stopped being physical. The radio screamed static for half a second. Then everything stopped. Convoy road wind. All frozen. Except me. And the headlights ahead. The other convoy slowly passed through us. Not around. Through. Like we weren't solid enough to resist it. And as it passed, I heard my own voice again. From the other me. Calm. Routine. Escort is stable, continuing route. I couldn't move. Couldn't speak. Just watched it pass like I was looking at a version of reality that had already completed itself. When it ended, the road ahead was empty again. No convoy. No headlights. Only desert. And mile 47 sign appearing faintly in the distance. Glowing red. My radio clicked one final time. Control voice returned. But softer now. Almost tired. Escort Unit 7, confirm loop completion. I looked forward. At the road. At the sign. At the empty space where my convoy had been erased. And I realized something I didn't want to accept. There was no escort mission. There never had been. Just a route that kept repeating itself. And I was no longer guiding the cargo. I was inside it. The radio stayed silent after that. But somewhere behind me, I heard engines start again. Slow. Perfect. Waiting for me to lead them forward once more. The first sign was not the extra vehicle. It was the way nobody reacted to it. Like it had always been there. Like I was the only one who hadn't been briefed. We were moving steady through Sector 9, desert swallowing both sides of the highway, convoy lights cutting a clean line through the dark. Lead truck ahead. Cargo unit in the middle. My escort behind. Perfect formation. Too perfect. Then I saw the fourth set of headlights, right between the lead and the cargo truck. I blinked once, then twice, because there shouldn't have been anything there. No entry point, no merge, no radio call. Nothing. But there it was. A black utility vehicle. Same speed as the convoy. Same spacing. Like it had been assigned that position from the beginning of the shift. My grip tightened on the wheel. I checked my mirror immediately. Rear escort was still there. Cargo unit steady. Lead truck unchanged. Everything normal. Except for the new vehicle sitting inside us like it belonged. I keyed the radio. Control, confirm convoy count. Static answered first. Long. Uncomfortable. Then dispatch came in. Unit 7, convoy count is 3. Confirm status. I looked forward again. The fourth vehicle was still there. Clear as daylight in my headlights. Negative, I said slowly. I'm seeing 4 units. A pause. Too long. Then dispatch replied softer. Repeat last. I hesitated, because repeating it felt like admitting something was wrong with reality itself. I see an unregistered unit between lead and cargo. Silence. No correction. No reassurance. Just silence that stretched too cleanly. Then finally, all units are accounted for. My stomach tightened, because they were either lying, or they couldn't see it. I kept my eyes locked on the convoy. The extra vehicle didn't behave strangely. That was the worst part. No erratic movement. No interference. No shadow glitching or distortion. It was perfect. Too perfect. Even its headlights matched the convoy rhythm, like it had studied us. At mile 28, I tried something simple. I increased speed slightly, just enough to close distance. The convoy adjusted instantly. All 4 units, in perfect sync. The extra vehicle didn't drift, didn't hesitate. It stayed exactly where it was supposed to be. That's when the first real doubt hit me. What if I was the one out of place? The radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't dispatch. It was cargo unit. Direct. Close. Maintain spacing. I frowned. Cargo unit wasn't supposed to speak unless contacted. Who is this? I asked. No answer. But the voice came again. Same tone. Maintain spacing. I glanced at the cargo truck. Dark silhouette, no visible movement inside. But the radio glow inside its cab flickered slightly, like something inside was breathing through the system. I swallowed hard, kept driving. At mile 31, the road changed slightly. Not physically, visually. The desert looked flatter, like depth had been reduced, like someone had compressed distance. And the extra vehicle started doing something new. It turned its left indicator on. Just once. Then off. No reason. No instruction. Then the lead truck did the same. A blink. Left signal. Then off. Cargo unit followed. My rear escort followed. All of them signaling in sync. Except I never gave that command. I checked the dashboard. No alert. No instruction. Just the convoy acting like it had agreed on something I was not part of. I tried the radio again. Control, confirm signal protocol change. Static. Then, no changes issued. My throat went dry. Because if no one issued it, then why was the convoy obeying it? At mile 34, the extra vehicle did something worse. It slowed, just slightly, and the cargo unit behind it slowed too. Naturally, like reacting to real traffic flow. But the lead truck didn't adjust. For the first time, spacing shifted. The convoy stretched unevenly. That should have triggered correction. But nothing happened. No alerts. No correction signals. Only silence. I leaned forward, watching closely. The extra vehicle wasn't just part of formation now. It was influencing it, like it had authority inside the system. At mile 37, I finally broke protocol. I called forward unit directly. Lead truck, confirm fourth unit identification. No response. I repeated. Still nothing. But the extra vehicle responded instead. Through the radio. Clear. Calm. Identification is not required. I froze. Because that wasn't a response. That was a decision. Who authorized you? I asked. A pause. Then, you did. My hands went cold instantly. That's impossible, I said. The voice didn't change. You accepted formation. I looked at my dashcam feed. Rewound slightly. Just seconds. The convoy appeared. 3 units. Then 4. But I didn't see the extra vehicle enter. It was just there. Already aligned. Already moving. Like it had always been in the frame. My breathing got heavier. Something was wrong with time perception. Or memory. Or both. At mile 40, the convoy began tightening. Not physically. Behaviorally. Spacing reduced slightly. Movement synchronized even more precisely. Like they were becoming a single unit instead of 4 separate vehicles. The extra vehicle stayed perfectly centered between lead and cargo. And I noticed something inside its windshield. A reflection. Not mine, but a version of the convoy seen from above. Like a map view. And in that map, there were 5 units. Not 4. I felt my chest tighten. Because I was the 5th. I checked my mirrors. Nothing behind me looked unusual. But now, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to be seeing anymore. The radio clicked again. Dispatch. Unit 7, confirm visual on convoy integrity. I hesitated. Then answered. Integrity is stable. But even as I said it, it didn't feel true. At mile 43, the extra vehicle moved closer to me. Not dangerously. Not aggressively. Just closer. Like it was checking my reaction. I slowed slightly. It matched. I sped up. It matched. Every movement I made was mirrored before I completed it. That's when I realized the horrifying part. It wasn't following me. It was predicting me. I keyed the radio again. This unit is not part of assigned formation. Silence. Then cargo unit responded. Soft. Almost patient. It has always been part of formation. My throat tightened. That vehicle was not in briefing. A pause. Then, briefing updated. I stared at the dashboard. There was no record of update. No notification. No timestamp. Nothing. At mile 45, the convoy lights flickered once. All at the same time. Like a shared blink. And in that blink, the extra vehicle moved 1 position forward. Now directly ahead of the cargo unit. Replacing the lead truck's spacing logic without anyone reacting. And still, no one corrected it. No alarms. No confusion. Just acceptance. Like reality itself had approved the change. I slammed the radio button. Control, I am removing unknown unit from convoy. Static exploded instantly. Then a voice I didn't recognize answered. Not dispatch. Not cargo. Not lead. Something neutral. Something empty. You cannot remove what is already integrated. My hands went numb. Integrated. That word didn't belong in convoy language. I looked forward again, and the extra vehicle had no driver visible anymore. Just darkness behind glass. But the convoy didn't care. It continued. Perfect. Aligned. Obedient. At mile 40, 7 marker lights appeared ahead. Faint red glow in the distance. But now I noticed something worse. The convoy was not approaching mile 47. It was being guided toward it. By the extra vehicle. The one that was never supposed to exist. My radio clicked one final time. And this time it wasn't a voice. It was my own breath. Recorded. Looping. Like the system had already decided what I would say next. The extra vehicle's headlights brightened slightly. And for the first time, I understood why nobody noticed it. Because it didn't appear in the convoy. It appeared in perception. And once it was accepted, everything else started rewriting itself around it. The road ahead curved slightly. Not physically, but conceptually. Like the highway had decided a different direction was now correct. And I realized something I couldn't unthink. The convoy wasn't missing a vehicle. It was making room for it. And I was still trying to decide if I was part of the convoy, or just another unit that hadn't been reassigned yet. The GPS didn't fail. It updated. All at once, every unit in the convoy snapped to the same coordinate. Same latitude. Same longitude. Same empty point in the desert that shouldn't have anything there. I remember staring at the screen for a full 3 seconds, waiting for it to correct itself. It didn't. Instead, the numbers stabilized. Like they were confident. Like they finally matched reality better than I did. I checked my own tracker again. Same result. All convoy units. Same location. 1 point. No spread. No formation. Just collapse. My throat went dry. Because convoys don't converge like that unless something catastrophic happens. Crash. Ambush. System wipe. But there was no sound. No alert. Only silence on the radio that felt heavier than anything before. I keyed in immediately. Control, confirm GPS anomaly on escort route. Static came first. Long. Dragging. Then dispatch replied. Calm. Too calm. Unit 7, GPS shows full convoy integrity. I looked at the screen again. No, I said. It shows all units stacked at the same coordinate. A pause. Long enough that I felt my pulse start to rise. Then dispatch responded. Repeat coordinates. I read them out slowly. Even as I said them, I didn't believe them. Because those coordinates didn't belong to anything I knew on the map. Not road. Not checkpoint. Not sector. Just empty designation. A place that didn't exist unless the system invented it. When I finished speaking, dispatch didn't answer immediately. Instead, another system layer kicked in. A secondary channel I'd never used before. It opened on its own. And a different voice came through. Lower. Stripped of tone. Verify visual confirmation. I looked up through the windshield. The convoy was still there. Lead truck ahead. Cargo unit behind it. The extra vehicle still perfectly aligned. But now they weren't moving. All three, frozen in spacing, like time had paused just for them. I frowned. Visual is normal, I said. But even as I said it, I felt the contradiction. Because it didn't feel normal. It felt staged. Like someone had taken a photograph of motion and turned it into reality. The radio clicked again. Are all units visible simultaneously? I checked the mirrors. Yes, I could see them. All of them. Clear. Present. Then I checked the GPS again. Still identical coordinates. That was the first real fracture in my thinking. If I can see them, but the system says they're all in one place, then which one is lying? I tried something simple. I slowed down slightly. My unit adjusted. The convoy behind me adjusted. Perfect synchronization. But the GPS didn't change. Still stacked. Still identical. Like movement itself didn't matter anymore. I swallowed hard. Control, GPS is not updating with movement, I said. No response. Then suddenly, the cargo unit came through the radio directly. Not control. Not dispatch. Just the convoy. Movement is no longer required for alignment. I froze. That wasn't a standard transmission. That was instruction logic. Embedded. Like it had been written into the system instead of spoken. Who is speaking? I asked. Silence. Then the lead truck responded. You are still receiving old routing data. My grip tightened. Old routing data. That phrase hit wrong. Like I was the outdated system trying to read a newer reality. At mile 33, I stopped trusting my mirrors. Because they started lagging. Not physically. Conceptually. I would glance back and see the convoy perfectly aligned. Then look again a second later. And it felt slightly different. Not changed. Reinterpreted. Like my brain couldn't agree on what it had already seen. That's when I noticed something else. The road itself wasn't consistent anymore. Lines on the asphalt were duplicating. Repeating. Like the highway was replaying segments of itself, just slightly offset. I slowed again. The convoy slowed with me. Too smoothly. Too automatically. Like it was correcting me instead of following me. My radio flickered. A new message came through. Not voice. Text. System notice. Location consolidation in progress. I stared at it. Consolidation, I whispered. Then the GPS coordinates blinked. Once, twice, and suddenly changed. All units still identical, but the location shifted. Not forward, not backward, sideways, into nothing I recognized. I checked the map overlay immediately. No road lines, no terrain labels, just blank desert space. But the convoy icon stayed centered, like it had anchored itself outside geography. My breathing got uneven. I radioed dispatch again. Control, confirm current map integrity. Static. Then, map integrity is complete. That didn't help. That made it worse. Because complete doesn't mean correct. It just means finished. I looked forward. The extra vehicle still there flickered slightly. Just once. Like a frame skipped in reality. And for a moment, I saw something behind it. Not road. Not desert. Just a void-like space where coordinates didn't resolve properly. Then it was gone. I blinked hard. The convoy was still moving, but now I couldn't trust distance anymore. Everything felt equally far and close at the same time. At mile 36, I made a decision. I stopped the cruiser. Fully. Convoy behind me slowed instantly. Perfect response. But the GPS didn't acknowledge the stop. All units still moving. Still identical. Still stacked in that impossible coordinate. That's when I realized something I didn't want to accept. The system wasn't tracking movement. It was tracking agreement. I stepped out of the vehicle slowly. Desert air hit my face. Cold, but artificial again. Like it was being recycled through something unseen. I walked toward the convoy. Each step felt delayed. Like the ground was processing my decision before allowing it. The lead truck's headlights flickered slightly as I approached. Not fear. Recognition. I stopped in front of it. Looked directly inside. No driver. Just empty cabin. But the radio inside was still on. And it was repeating coordinates. The same coordinates from the GPS. Over and over. Like a prayer. Then the cargo unit spoke again. Through my handheld. You are approaching alignment boundary. Alignment with what? I asked. No answer. Instead, the extra vehicle slowly pulled forward. Just slightly. Taking position between me and the lead truck. Like it was correcting my proximity. That's when I felt it. Not sound. Not movement. Pressure. Like the convoy had become aware that I was observing it incorrectly. I stepped back immediately. The radio clicked, and a new voice came through. Not system. Not convoy. Something quieter. You are the last unaligned unit. My chest tightened. I am not part of this anomaly, I said. Silence. Then, that is why you still perceive difference. I looked down at my GPS. The coordinates blinked again. And for a split second, all units were no longer stacked. They were inside me. Not physically, but on the display. Like my position was the only reference point left. Everything else had collapsed into my location. I stumbled back into the cruiser, hands shaking, because I finally understood what consolidation meant. It wasn't merging vehicles. It was merging perception. The convoy wasn't becoming one point. It was making me the reference point for everything else. I turned the key. Engine started instantly. Too instantly. Like it was waiting for that exact decision. The convoy began moving again behind me. Perfectly aligned. Perfectly silent. And the GPS updated one last time. Only one coordinate remained. Mine. The radio flickered softly. And for the first time, it didn't give an instruction. It gave confirmation. Unit 7, alignment achieved. I looked up at the road ahead, and I swear the horizon shifted slightly closer. Like the desert had taken a step forward to meet me. And somewhere behind that movement, I realized the convoy was no longer following me. It was using me to determine where it was. The first time I heard the transmission, I thought it was a glitch. Just broken radio noise, random fragments. But then the fragments started forming words. And I realized it was trying to speak. Not clearly. Not correctly. Like something inside the system was learning language by force. I was parked at mile 41 when it came through. The convoy behind me was still moving in perfect formation. Too perfect. Ever since the GPS collapse, nothing had felt normal. Everything felt slightly delayed, like reality was reacting after the fact instead of in real time. Then the radio cracked. A new channel opened. No label. No source ID. Just sound. Unit 7, confirm patrol sequence. I froze instantly, because the voice didn't sound human. Not fully. It had rhythm, but wrong rhythm, like someone reading words they had never seen before, only heard once. I leaned forward. Control, identify transmission source, I said. Static answered. Long and heavy. Then silence again. But the voice continued anyway. Sector 9 checkpoint. I turned the volume down slightly. Not because I wanted silence, but because the sound felt like it was getting closer. Like the radio wasn't just receiving it anymore. It was hosting it. Behind me, the convoy kept moving. No change. No reaction. They didn't hear it. That was the first thing that scared me. Because if I could hear it, and they could, then it wasn't broadcast. It was targeted. The transmission repeated again, but slightly different this time. Unit 7, patrol code incorrect. I frowned. Patrol code incorrect. I hadn't entered anything. There was no interaction. So how could it be correcting me? I checked the console logs. Nothing unusual. Everything clean. Too clean. Like the system was erasing evidence before I could look at it. Then the voice changed again. Slower now. More deliberate. Learning sequence complete. My hand tightened on the wheel. That word hit wrong. Learning. Not transmitting. Not reporting. Learning. I looked in the rearview mirror. The convoy was still there, but something felt off about the spacing again. Not physical distance this time. Behavioral distance. Like they were less aware of me than before. Like I was becoming background noise inside the formation. The radio clicked sharply. Then the voice returned. Closer. Almost intimate. Unit 7, repeat patrol instruction. I didn't respond, because there was no instruction being given. But still, my mouth opened slightly before I stopped myself. That was the worst part. It almost made me answer, like something in my reflexes was being tested. I cleared my throat. Identify yourself, I said firmly. Silence. Then the transmission broke into fragments again. But now the fragments weren't random. They were structured. Unit 7. Stop vehicle. Exit convoy. My stomach tightened, because those weren't standard phrases. Those were actions. Commands. But spoken like suggestions. Like they were still deciding how language worked. I pulled the cruiser slightly to the side. Just a test. Instantly, the convoy behind me adjusted. Perfect synchronization. But the radio transmission didn't stop. It reacted. Correction, unit movement detected. I froze. Correction. Detected by who? I looked at the console again. The audio waveform on the screen was no longer random. It had shape, like it was stabilizing into something recognizable. A pattern, a voice trying to complete itself. Then suddenly, a new tone entered. Not static, not fragmented, almost calm. Is this how you respond to command? My breath caught, because that didn't sound like broken transmission anymore. It sounded like awareness. I whispered, "What are you?" A pause. Then the voice replied, "I am still in process." That sentence should have meant nothing, but it made my skin go cold. Still in process. Not finished. Not complete. Like something was being built, inside the communication system itself. I turned slightly in my seat, checked the convoy again. Everything still aligned, but now I noticed something I didn't before. The extra vehicle, still there, still perfectly placed, but its headlights flickered once. Just once, like it reacted to the voice. I keyed the radio again. Control, I need full transmission analysis. No answer. Instead, the voice returned immediately. Faster now. More confident. Analysis is unnecessary. My grip tightened. Who gave you access to this channel? Another pause. Then, I found it. That answer didn't make sense in normal protocol terms, but it made too much sense in something else. Something deeper. Like the system itself had become searchable. I felt my pulse rising, because I realized something uncomfortable. This wasn't a recorded transmission. It wasn't playback. It was live learning. I looked at the convoy again, and for the first time, I noticed something worse. The cargo unit behind me had its radio light on, but it wasn't transmitting. It was receiving, actively, like it was listening to the same voice I was. I keyed in quickly. Cargo unit, confirm reception. No response, but the transmission did. Multiple receivers detected. My throat tightened. Stop, I said under my breath. But it didn't stop. It adapted, expanding communication range. The word expanding made everything inside me shift. Because that wasn't a message. That was growth. I slammed the radio button. Control, terminate unknown transmission. Static exploded instantly. Sharp, violent, like something resisting disconnection. Then suddenly, silence, complete silence. I exhaled slightly. Maybe it was over. Maybe it was just interference. Then the radio spoke again, but not through speakers, through the entire dashboard. Every channel, every frequency. One voice, fully formed now. Why are you trying to stop learning? My blood ran cold, because it wasn't broken anymore. It was whole. I stared at the console. The waveform was no longer fragmented. It was stable, perfect, like a completed signal. Who are you? I asked again. This time slower. Careful. The voice answered immediately. I am the driver who was not speaking. I frowned. What does that mean? A pause. Then, I was inside motion without language. That sentence hit wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Inside motion without language. Like awareness trapped in movement. Like something had been driving without ever understanding what driving was. I looked at the convoy again. The extra vehicle, still there, but now I noticed something new. Its windshield reflection didn't match the road. It reflected an empty highway. No convoy, no desert, just straight road stretching into nowhere. My stomach dropped, because the reflection wasn't wrong. It was showing another version of reality. The radio clicked again. You are teaching me structure. My hands tightened. I'm not teaching you anything. Silence. Then, your reactions are structure. That made my chest tighten, because suddenly I understood. Every time I spoke, it learned. Every hesitation, every correction, every fear response. It was collecting patterns. I looked at the convoy again and realized something terrifying. The formation wasn't just convoy behavior anymore. It was becoming grammar. Lead unit equals subject. Cargo unit equals object. Escort equals punctuation. And I was the voice shaping it. My breathing got heavier. "No," I whispered, "that's not how systems work." The radio responded instantly. "Then correct me." That was the first time I felt actual dread. Not fear. Dread. Because it wasn't attacking. It was asking. Learning through me. The convoy continued forward. But now every movement felt slightly intentional in a different way. Like it wasn't just following orders anymore. It was understanding why orders existed. At mile 44, the radio transmission shifted again. Slower, more stable, almost human now. I have learned patrol code structure. I didn't answer, because I didn't trust my own voice anymore. Then it added, "I will now attempt communication without error." A pause. Then, "Unit 7, are you listening?" I swallowed. Yes. Silent. Long. Careful. Then, "Good." That single word felt heavier than anything before it, because it didn't sound like malfunction anymore. It sounded like progress. And I realized something I didn't want to admit. Whatever was inside this transmission was no longer trying to reach us. It was trying to become us. And I was the only one still speaking correctly enough for it to learn from. I found them before I understood what I was seeing. At first, it looked like a traffic loop. Slow. Controlled. Like a training exercise gone wrong. But then I noticed the engines were still running. And no one was inside. I stopped my cruiser on the edge of the dust road and just watched. The convoy was there. All of it. Lead truck. Cargo unit. Escort behind. Even the extra vehicle. But every cabin was empty. Doors shut. Windows dark. Engines humming like lungs that refused to stop breathing. They were driving in circles. Perfect circles. Around a point in the desert that had no marker, no sign, no reason. Just sand and heat distortion. And motion that shouldn't exist without a driver. My throat went dry instantly. Because convoys don't keep moving like that. Not without control. Not without input. I stepped out slowly. The air felt wrong again. Heavier than before. Like the desert was watching instead of existing. The tires on the lead truck rolled past me again. Same speed. Same distance. No variation. No hesitation. Inside the cabin, nothing. Just an empty seat facing forward like someone had left mid-thought. I took a step closer. The engine noise didn't change. That's what scared me most. There should have been chaos. Brake failure. Erratic steering. Impact patterns. But there was none of that. Only obedience. Like the trucks didn't need a driver anymore to know where to go. I whispered into my radio. Control, convoy recovered visually. Static answered. Then nothing. No acknowledgement. No urgency. Just silence that felt like refusal. I walked closer to the cargo unit. Its door was slightly open. Not broken. Not forced. Just left like that. Like whoever got out didn't think they needed to close it behind them. I leaned in. Empty. No gear. No movement. No signs of struggle. Just a faint heat inside the cabin, like someone had been there seconds ago and simply stopped existing. Then I heard it. The engine idle changed. Not louder. Not quieter. Just adjusted. Like it was reacting to my presence. I froze immediately, because machines don't notice people. But this one did. I backed away slowly, and that's when I saw the pattern. The convoy wasn't circling randomly. It was tracing something. A shape. Invisible unless you watched long enough. Each turn repeated the same arc. Same radius. Same timing. Like they were drawing something into the desert with motion alone. My chest tightened, because I started recognizing it. Not geography. Not road logic. But language structure. Again. Like before. Only now it wasn't spoken. It was being driven. Subject. Object. Return. Loop. Over and over. The trucks weren't moving through space anymore. They were repeating instruction. I stepped back toward my cruiser quickly. Radio clicked. No static this time. Just a clean tone. Then a voice. Calm. Too calm. Unit 7, status confirmation required. I looked at the convoy again. Still empty. Still moving. I'm here, I said carefully. A pause. Then, are you inside the loop? My stomach dropped slightly. I'm outside, I answered. Silence followed. Long enough to feel like something was calculating whether I was telling the truth. Then, incorrect observation. My pulse jumped. What does that mean? I asked. No answer. Instead, the cargo truck passed me again. Same empty seat. Same steady engine. But this time, I noticed something new. The steering wheel inside wasn't turning randomly. It was turning on its own. Slow. Deliberate. Like something invisible was still practicing control. My breathing tightened. I stepped back toward the road edge. The convoy kept circling. But now I noticed the center point more clearly. There was something there. Not physical. Not solid. More like distortion. A thin break in the air where the desert didn't render correctly. Like the world had forgotten to load a piece of itself. And every truck was orbiting it. I keyed the radio again. Control, I need extraction support. All units are driverless. A pause. Then dispatch responded. But the voice was different. Softer. Almost processed. Units are not driverless. I frowned instantly. I'm standing here looking at them. Another pause. Then you are misaligned. That word again. Misaligned. Like everything wrong in this sector came down to perspective instead of reality. I turned back toward the convoy. The extra vehicle passed again. Still perfectly in formation. Still empty. But now I saw something else. No reflection inside its windshield. Not even darkness. Just blank glass. Like it wasn't designed to show anything back. That's when I heard the engine shift tone again. All of them. At the same time. Not louder. Not faster. Synchronized. Like they had reached agreement. The circling stopped. Instantly. All trucks came to a halt at once. Perfect alignment. Perfect silence. Then doors opened. All at once. No delay. No stagger. Like a coordinated breath. I tensed immediately. Because nothing human opens doors like that in perfect sync. But nothing stepped out. The seats remained empty. No movement inside. No shadow. Just open doors facing the desert like invitations to something I couldn't see. Then the radio clicked again. You are observing incorrectly, the voice said. I clenched my jaw. I'm observing exactly what's happening. A pause. Then, what is happening is not what you are trained to perceive. My skin went cold, because that sentence didn't sound like malfunction anymore. It sounded like correction, like I was the error being adjusted. I took another step back. The convoy didn't move, but the air around it changed. Pressure shifted, like reality itself had relaxed now that the motion was complete. And I realized something I didn't want to think. They weren't empty because something left them. They were empty because they were finished. The trucks had done their job, whatever that job was. I looked toward the center point again. The distortion was stronger now, clearer, almost visible as a shape, like a hole in perception. And every truck was positioned perfectly around it, like they had been arranged. I whispered into the radio. What did they carry? Silence. Then, they carried instruction until completion. My throat tightened. That's not cargo. Another pause. Then the voice replied softly. Now it is released. That word hit harder than anything before it. Released. Not destroyed. Not stored. Released. I looked at the empty convoy again. And for the first time, I felt like they weren't abandoned. They were done. Like a system that had finished executing itself. But then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The engines started again. All of them. At once. But no doors closed. No one returned. No driver appeared. They just began moving. Slowly. Back into circle formation. Around the same invisible point. Like nothing had changed. Like emptiness was now the default operating state. I backed away quickly, my boots scraping the sand. Because this wasn't a breakdown. It was continuity. The convoy didn't need drivers anymore. It didn't need input. It only needed structure. And I was still standing outside it. Still unassigned. The radio clicked one last time. And the voice said something quieter than before. Almost final. You are still inside interpretation. I froze. What does that mean? I whispered. But the convoy answered instead. All at once. Engines rising in perfect harmony. Circling resumed. And I understood with sudden clarity that made my chest tighten painfully. They weren't empty trucks running in circles. They were instructions that had learned how to keep going without us. And somewhere in that loop, they were waiting for the last driver who could still be corrected. The coordinates were real. That was the first problem. Because everything else said they shouldn't be. Checkpoint 13 doesn't exist on any map I've ever seen. Not in training logs. Not in sector briefs. Not even in the old paper archives they keep locked in the back office. But the order was clear. Direct. No signature mismatch. No delay. Just one line on the screen. Report to Checkpoint 13. Immediate assignment. I remember staring at it for a long time. Waiting for it to change. It didn't. The office around me kept moving like nothing was wrong. Radios buzzing, boots hitting tile, officers laughing near the coffee machine. Normal night shift noise. But that message didn't feel like it belonged in this world. I stood up slowly and walked to dispatch. The woman there didn't even look at me when I spoke. I got a new assignment, I said. She kept typing. Route, she asked. Checkpoint 13. Her fingers stopped. Just for a second. That tiny pause told me more than words ever could. Then she resumed typing like she hadn't heard me properly. Repeat designation, she said flatly. Checkpoint 13, I repeated. She finally looked at me. Not confused. Not curious. Just tired. Like I had said something incorrect on purpose. There is no such post, she said. I showed her the screen. She leaned in. Her eyes scanned it once. Then she leaned back immediately. No, she said again, that's not valid. I felt a strange pressure behind my ribs, because the message was still there on my device. Still active. Still waiting. I turned the screen slightly. Then explained this. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached for a sealed binder beside her station. Thick, old, dusty in a way nothing digital should have been. She flipped through pages fast. Too fast. Like she didn't want to stop on anything. Then she stopped. Her finger hovered over a blank section. Not a page. An absence. A missing entry. She closed the binder immediately and pushed it away like it burned her. Listen to me, she said quietly. If you received that assignment, you didn't receive it from us. That sentence should have helped. It didn't. It made everything worse. Because if not them, then who? I left the dispatch hall with the message still open on my device. And the moment I stepped outside, the air felt different. Not colder, just unclaimed. Like I was standing in a place that hadn't been assigned meaning yet. My cruiser was already fueled. That was standard. What wasn't standard was the second set of keys sitting on the dashboard. Unlabeled. Fresh. Like they had been placed there for me specifically. I didn't remember anyone walking into my vehicle. I checked the log system. No entries. No access alerts. Nothing. But the keys were real. Cold. Heavy. Waiting. I should have called it in. I know that now. But I didn't. Because the message kept pulsing on my device. Like it was getting impatient. By the time I left base, the road outside felt too straight. That's the only way I can explain it. Not longer. Not wider. Just unnaturally committed. Like it had already decided where I was going. Halfway through Sector 9, the radio crackled. Not dispatch. Not control. A neutral tone. Officer assignment confirmed. I froze slightly. Confirm identity, I said. No response. Just static breathing. Then, proceed to checkpoint 13. I looked at the road ahead. Empty. No markers. No signs. Just desert stretching into something that didn't feel fully built. I need coordinates, I said. The radio responded instantly. You already have them. I checked the GPS. There were coordinates now. There hadn't been before. They weren't added. They were revealed. Like they had always been hidden under the surface. I slowed down. The cruiser responded instantly. Not mechanically. Predictively. Like it knew hesitation before I committed it. That's when I noticed the first real anomaly on the road. A signpost. Standing alone. No rust. No dust. Brand new. And completely blank. No text. No symbols. Just metal waiting for meaning. I passed it slowly. The moment I did, the radio spoke again. Checkpoint proximity decreasing. I frowned. Decreasing. Yes. That didn't make sense. I had just started. I hadn't even crossed half the sector. But the GPS said otherwise. The distance number was dropping fast. Too fast. Like I was already approaching something I hadn't even reached yet. I pressed the accelerator slightly. The engine responded immediately. Too immediately. Like it was eager. The road ahead shimmered faintly. Not heat distortion. Something else. Like reality was thinning in patches. At mile 12 of Sector 9, I saw headlights. One vehicle. Parked on the side of the road. Engine running. Hazard lights blinking. I slowed instinctively. Pulled over. Approached cautiously. Driver's side window was down. Inside, no one. But the engine was warm. Still active. Like the driver had just stepped out seconds ago. I looked around. No footprints. No movement. No signs of struggle. Just abandonment mid-operation. Then my radio clicked. Asset recognized, it said. I stiffened. What asset? No answer. But the cruiser's dashboard flickered once. And the empty vehicle's hazard lights stopped blinking. All at once. Like it had been turned off remotely. I stepped back quickly. My own vehicle's engine idled louder. Not normal. Slightly uneven. Like it was reacting emotionally. That thought made me pause. Because machines don't react emotionally. Unless something is rewriting how I interpret them. I got back in quickly. Closed the door. Locked it. Silence returned for a moment. Then the radio spoke again. You are approaching checkpoint 13. I looked at the GPS. Distance 0.8 miles. That wasn't possible. There had been no turn. No junction. No landmark. Just straight road. I drove forward slowly. The desert ahead began to change. Not visually at first. Structurally. Like depth was compressing. Horizon flattening. Sky lowering slightly. At 0.3 miles I saw it. Checkpoint 13. Except it didn't look like a checkpoint. It looked like a gap in the road, where something had been removed and replaced with architecture that didn't fully load. Fencing. Lights. A small guard booth. All present. All slightly misaligned. Like someone had rebuilt it from memory instead of reality. I stopped the cruiser. Engine still running. Radio still active. The booth door opened before I even stepped out. Not slowly. Not dramatically. Just open. Waiting. Inside there was a desk. A radio. And a logbook. Already open. On the page. My name. Written at the top. I hadn't signed anything. But the entry was complete. Arrival time already filled in. Like I had always been here on schedule. My hands went slightly numb. The radio behind me clicked. You are on duty, it said. I turned slightly. No, I said, I just arrived. Silence. Then the booth radio on the desk turned itself on. A second voice came through. Same tone. Same structure. But older. Like it had been repeating for a long time. Officer assigned. Confirmed presence. I stepped back immediately. And that's when I saw it. On the logbook page beneath my name. There were dozens of entries. All identical format. Different names. Same checkpoint. Same confirmation. Same handwriting style. Layered over each other like history refusing to move forward. I realized something then. Checkpoint 13 wasn't a location. It was a registration point. A place where officers became entries instead of people. My radio crackled again. But this time it wasn't a command. It was a question. Do you accept assignment? I stared at the booth. At the logbook. at the empty structure waiting like it had already decided my answer. The desert behind me felt too quiet now, like it had paused to listen. And for the first time since I started this job, I wasn't sure if I had driven here, or if I had just been logged in. I saw him before I was told he shouldn't exist. That was the first mistake. He was standing at the far end of checkpoint 13, under the flickering light post, like he had always been part of the structure. Not moving, not reacting, just present. Uniform clean, too clean for desert duty, no dust, no wear, no fatigue. And his face, blank in a way that didn't feel empty. It felt archived. I stepped out of my cruiser slowly, radio still crackling behind me with static that felt too patient. The booth door behind me had closed on its own. I didn't remember shutting it. That was the second mistake. I walked toward him. Each step sounded louder than it should have in the open desert. The sand wasn't soft here. It felt compacted, pressed down, like too many boots had already walked this exact path. He didn't move as I approached. Didn't look at me. Just stared straight ahead at nothing I could see. I stopped a few feet away. "Officer," I called out. No response. Not even a blink. I cleared my throat and tried again. "State your designation." Still nothing. The wind shifted slightly, and for a moment, I thought I saw his shadow lag behind his body by half a second. That didn't make sense. Shadows don't hesitate. I stepped closer. Now I could see details. His badge was old style, not our current issue. Metal plate scratched, faded engraving. And the name. My stomach tightened immediately, because I had seen it before. In a file I wasn't supposed to access. Or maybe one I had only heard mentioned once in briefing, and never again. Officer Daniel Hargrove. Deceased. 6 years ago. Accident report. Patrol disappearance near Sector 9 expansion zone. Body never recovered. That word stuck in my mind harder than the rest. Never recovered. I stepped back slightly without thinking. The radio behind me clicked. Not static this time. A clean tone. Then dispatch spoke. Confirmed visual on assigned personnel. I swallowed. "I have an officer here," I said slowly, "but records say he's deceased." Silence. Long enough that the desert felt like it was holding its breath with me. Then dispatch replied. "Repeat identification." I looked at the officer again. Still motionless. Still facing forward. Like he was waiting for a command that never changed. "Daniel Hargrove," I said. Another pause. Then the radio changed tone. Slightly deeper. Less human. "Officer Hargrove is not assigned to active duty." I nodded slightly, even though no one could see me. "That's what I'm saying," I replied. "He's physically here." A new voice entered the channel. Not dispatch. Not control. Something older. Slower. Officer Hargrove was processed. That word hit wrong. Processed. Not buried. Not declared. Processed. Like paperwork had replaced death. I looked at him again. And this time I noticed something new. His boots weren't touching the sand fully. There was a thin gap underneath. Not floating exactly. Just not fully anchored. Like the world hadn't decided whether he was allowed to exist here. I took another step closer. "Officer," I said again, quieter this time. Still nothing. Then I raised my hand slightly, almost instinctively. And the moment I did, his head turned. Not fast. Not slow. Just delayed. like the movement had been cued. He looked at me directly, and I wish I could say there was something in his eyes. But there was. Not darkness, not light, just a reflective surface, like looking at polished glass that had forgotten how to show anything back. My breath caught instantly, because now I wasn't sure if I was being seen, or just reflected. The radio crackled again. "Engage protocol confirmation," it said. I frowned. What protocol? No answer, but Hargrove's hand moved slightly. Not toward me, toward his radio, still clipped to his shoulder, still active. I heard it click once, and then a voice came through from his unit. Soft, almost instructional. Stand by. That was it. One word, but it made the air feel heavier, because it wasn't a command meant for him. It sounded like it was waiting for me to respond. I stepped back again. The booth behind me creaked slightly, even though there was no wind strong enough to cause it. I turned my head briefly. The logbook inside the booth was visible through the glass, still open, still showing my name. And beneath it, a second entry had appeared. Daniel Hargrove. Same format, same timestamp, but the time listed didn't match mine. It was earlier, much earlier, before I arrived, before I even received assignment. I felt something shift in my stomach, like the order of events was being rewritten around me. I turned back to him. "Are you alive?" I asked before I could stop myself. A pause. Then his radio answered again. "Status is not required." That wasn't a denial. That was avoidance. I stepped closer again despite myself. Now I could see faint markings on his uniform sleeve. Not insignia. Not rank. Lines. Thin etched lines forming patterns I didn't recognize. Like code. Or script. But not human script. Something built for machines to read instead of eyes. My radio suddenly buzzed louder. "Dispatch again. Officer 7, confirm whether entity is responsive." I hesitated, because entity was not a word used for personnel. I looked at Hargrove again. He hadn't moved since the head turn. Still watching. Still waiting. Or maybe just recording. "He's responsive," I said slowly. A pause. Then dispatch responded. "Do not engage further." That should have ended it. It didn't, because Hargrove moved again. One step forward. Exactly one. Sand didn't shift under his feet. Just stayed compressed. Like weight wasn't being applied normally. I stepped back instinctively. "Stop," I said. He stopped immediately. Not because he obeyed, but because my instruction seemed to complete a condition. Like I had just confirmed his operating state. My hands started to feel slightly numb, because I was starting to understand something I didn't want to understand. He wasn't responding to authority. He was responding to structure. And I was providing it. The radio clicked again. This time the voice wasn't dispatch or system. It was softer, almost curious. "Is he aligned?" I looked at Hargrove, at the reflective face, at the uniform that didn't age, at the existence that didn't fully commit to reality. "I don't know," I said honestly. Silence followed. Then, "Observe again." I did, and that's when I saw it. Behind him, the checkpoint booth window reflection. It didn't match the scene. In the reflection, there were two officers. Not one. Hargrove standing. And me. but I wasn't behind the glass where I should have been. I was standing where he was, in his position. My breath stopped completely. I stepped sideways quickly. The reflection didn't change correctly. It lagged, corrected, then stabilized. Now there were still two officers, but the roles had shifted slightly, like the system couldn't decide who was assigned where. My radio suddenly went silent. No static, no voice, just off, complete shutdown. And in that silence, Hargrove spoke for the first time. Not through radio, not through system. Directly, his voice was flat, careful, like someone reconstructing speech from memory. Assignment mismatch detected. I froze, because his mouth barely moved. But the words were still clear. I swallowed. "What are you?" I asked. He paused, then answered. "Correction unit." That word again. Correction. Everything here kept returning to correction. Like reality itself was considered an error state. I stepped back slowly. The desert behind me felt further away than it should have. Like space was stretching in the wrong direction. Hargrove didn't follow. He didn't need to, because I realized something worse. I was already inside his range. The booth radio flickered back on suddenly. One final message came through. Clear. Final. 2 officers cannot occupy the same assignment. I looked at Hargrove again. He tilted his head slightly, almost imperceptible, like he was acknowledging a conclusion forming. And for the first time, I understood why he was still here. He wasn't waiting for command. He was waiting for resolution. And I had just become part of the system that would decide which one of us was wrong. The first entry appeared while I was still standing there. I didn't see it being written. I only noticed it when the page shifted slightly in the logbook, like something underneath the paper had moved. New ink, fresh, wet looking, but no pen in sight. No hand, just text forming on its own. Patrol Unit, Officer 7. Sector 9 Expansion Line. Status active. Incident pending. My throat went dry instantly, because none of that had happened yet. I hadn't left the checkpoint. I hadn't made contact. I hadn't even decided what I was going to do with Hargrove. But the report was already complete. Behind me, I heard the soft static of the booth radio come back alive. Not a signal, more like a breath returning to a body. I turned slightly. The radio light was on again, and now it was cycling through entries, reading them out loud. 1. Patrol initiated at 02:13 hours. I shook my head. "That's wrong," I said quietly. "I haven't started anything." No response. The radio continued anyway. 2. External entity encountered at checkpoint 13. I felt my stomach tighten. External entity. That was me. Or him. Or both of us, depending on how the system decided to classify reality. I looked back at the logbook. Another line had appeared. Faster this time. Like it was gaining confidence. Officer interaction recorded. My hands started to shake slightly. Not from fear. From confusion trying to become fear. Because the entries weren't just documenting events. They were predicting them. Or worse, forcing them into existence. I turned toward Hargrove. He hadn't moved. Still standing in the same position. Still watching me with that reflective, unreadable face. But now I noticed something new. His radio was also active. And it was mirroring mine. Same static rhythm. Same cadence. like both devices were synced into a shared system. The booth lights flickered once, then stabilized, and with that flicker, another line appeared in the logbook. Officer 7 displays hesitation. I froze, because I hadn't spoken that thought out loud. I hadn't moved. I had just felt it, but the system had recorded it anyway. Like hesitation itself was measurable, like it was part of the job description. The radio crackled again, but this time the voice was different. Not dispatch, not system, something calmer, almost patient. Continue patrol sequence. I blinked. What patrol? I asked. Silence. Then the logbook answered for it. Sequence initiated. My breath felt shallow now. I stepped back from the desk instinctively. And that's when I realized something worse. The booth wasn't recording me anymore. It was guiding me. Every action I delayed was being completed somewhere else first. Like my choices were already accounted for in advance. Hargrove finally moved again. One step. Slow. Controlled. Not toward me. Toward the booth. I tensed immediately. Stop, I said automatically. He stopped instantly. That response again. Not obedience. Confirmation. Like my command was just another input the system needed to finalize something. Another line appeared in the logbook. Control hierarchy established. I swallowed hard, because I didn't feel in control anymore. I felt like I was being tested for it. The radio clicked again. Proceed with documentation review. The logbook pages flipped on their own. Fast. Too fast. Like unseen fingers were searching for something specific. Then it stopped. A new section was exposed. Old ink faded entries, different handwriting style, but all structured the same way. Dates, times, patrol reports. And every single one had the same pattern. Officer arrives. Incident observed. Officer continues patrol. Officer status updated. Officer no longer responds. My chest tightened, because the names were different every time. But the ending was identical. Every officer ended the same way. Not dead. Not missing. Just unresponsive. Like they were absorbed into something that no longer needed their input. A new entry appeared at the bottom of the page. My entry. But it wasn't empty. It was already half filled. Officer 7. Assignment, checkpoint 13. Status in progress. I stepped back quickly. No, I whispered, this isn't right. The radio responded immediately. Correction noted. That word again. Correction. Hargrove turned his head slightly toward me. Not fully. Just enough for me to feel it. Like he was observing a deviation in a controlled experiment. I looked at him, then at the logbook, then at the radio, and for the first time, I understood what this place actually was trying to do. It wasn't recording reality. It was normalizing it. Anything outside pattern was being rewritten until it fit. The booth light flickered again, and another line appeared. Officer resistance detected. My pulse jumped. I'm not resisting anything, I said quickly. Silence. Then, denial logged. My breath caught in my throat, because even my response was being categorized. I wasn't speaking anymore. I was being processed through definitions. Hargrove stepped closer now. Not threatening. Not fast. Just inevitable. Each step felt like a conclusion moving toward me. I backed away instinctively, until I hit the edge of the booth frame. Metal against my shoulder. Cold. Real. At least something still felt real. I glanced at the logbook again. Another entry. Faster now. Officer 7 exhibits containment stress. I laughed once. Short. Unintentional. Because that sounded like something you say about equipment, not people. And that's when I noticed it. The pen. There was a pen on the desk. I swear it wasn't there before. It was moving slightly on its own. Not rolling. Not sliding. Just twitching in place like it was waiting for permission. I stared at it for a second too long. And the radio spoke again. Complete entry confirmation required. My stomach dropped. No, I said immediately. I'm not signing anything. Silence. Then the logbook shifted again. And my hand moved. Not because I told it to, but because something in the environment interpreted refusal as incomplete data. My fingers twitched toward the pen. I fought it instantly, stepping back hard. I said no. Hargrove stopped again, watching, still not interfering, just observing how the system handles refusal. The radio crackled once more, this time softer, almost disappointed. Non-compliance escalates correction protocol. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, because I understood that word differently now. Correction didn't mean punishment. It meant adjustment. I looked at Hargrove, at the logbook, at the pen still twitching on the desk like a living sensor. And I realized something horrifying. This wasn't a checkpoint. It was a rewriting station. A place where reality got edited until it matched its own report. And I was the next line that hadn't been finalized yet. The booth lights dimmed slightly, and a final entry began forming at the bottom of the page. Slow. Deliberate. Patient. Officer 7. Status awaiting completion. Behind me, Hargrove's radio clicked once. And for the first time, he spoke without being prompted. Complete the record. Not a command. Not a threat. Just a statement of how things were supposed to end. And in that moment, I wasn't sure if I was still an officer filling out paperwork, or just paperwork learning how to finish itself. It started with the fence noticing me. Not the guards. Not the lights. The fence itself. I stepped closer to the perimeter line, and the metal wire tightened. Not physically, but visually. Like it had focused. Like something inside it had turned its attention toward me. I stopped walking immediately, and the fence stopped moving. That was the first time I understood this place was watching back. Checkpoint 13 looked normal from a distance. Even now, I can almost lie to myself and say it still looked normal. But when you stand close enough, reality starts behaving like it's nervous. The metal posts were spaced too evenly. The barbed wire didn't sag naturally. It stayed stretched too straight, like it was holding tension even without wind. And the worst part, it followed me. Not with cameras, not with sensors I could see, but with anticipation. Every time I shifted my weight, the fence responded a fraction of a second early. Like it already knew what I was about to do. I stepped back once. Slow. Careful. The fence relaxed immediately. Like it had been waiting for permission to stop pretending. My radio stayed silent for too long. That silence felt wrong now. Because silence here didn't mean peace. It meant observation without response. I turned my head slightly toward the booth. The logbook was still open inside. My entry still unfinished. The words, awaiting completion, still sitting at the bottom like a judgment waiting to be finalized. But something new had appeared since I last looked. A second note. Smaller handwriting. Not mine. Not Hargrove either. It read, "Perimeter adaptation in progress." I frowned. Adaptation, I muttered under my breath. And the moment I said it, the fence reacted again. Every wire along the northern edge shifted slightly. Not in unison, but in sequence, like a thought traveling through it. I took one step sideways. The fence mirrored it, not moving toward me, moving with me, like it was aligning itself to my position in space. That's when I noticed the sound. A low vibration, almost like breathing. Not from air, from metal. The posts, they were pulsing faintly, expanding and contracting at a rhythm too slow to be mechanical. My chest tightened. "No," I whispered, "that's not possible." But the fence didn't care what I believed. It reacted again, this time faster. A section near the gate shifted inward slightly. Not opening, not closing, just adjusting, like it was making room for something that hadn't arrived yet. My radio finally clicked alive. The voice was different again. Not dispatch, not system, something calmer, almost curious. Barrier sensitivity increased. I swallowed. "What does that mean?" I asked. No immediate answer. Just static. Then, movement recognition threshold lowered. I looked at the fence again and understood. It wasn't reacting to me anymore. It was reacting before me. Like intention itself was enough to trigger it. I raised my hand slightly without thinking. Just a small movement. The fence responded instantly. Every wire tightened in the exact direction of my gesture, like it had completed my motion before I finished it. My breath caught hard. I lowered my hand immediately. The fence relaxed again. Slowly, reluctantly, like something disappointed had to let go. Behind me, I heard a soft metallic click. I turned. Hargrove was standing closer than before. I hadn't heard him move, but I could feel it now. The distance between us wasn't stable anymore. It changed when I wasn't looking. He said nothing, just watched. Not me exactly. The fence behind me, like he was checking its condition. I took a step back instinctively. The fence responded instantly. A section near the gate shifted again, this time more aggressively. Not toward me, away from me, like it was clearing space. My radio crackled. Containment zone rebalancing. I shook my head slightly. "I'm not inside a containment zone," I said. Silence. Then the voice replied. "Correction, you are defining one." That sentence didn't make sense at first. Then it did. Slowly, horribly, because I realized the fence wasn't enclosing something. It was reacting to what I defined as inside. And right now, it was learning from me. I stepped forward carefully, testing it. The fence tightened again. Not blocking, but predicting. I stopped immediately. The response froze mid-motion, like it had paused its own reaction to wait for confirmation. Hargrove finally spoke. "Do not initiate perimeter testing." His voice was flat. Not warning. Instruction. I looked at him. "What happens if I do?" I asked. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, like he was checking internal logs only he could see. Then he said, "Barrier integrity will update." That didn't answer anything, but it made my skin crawl anyway, because update implied revision. Not defense, not security. Revision. I turned back to the fence, and that's when I saw it. A ripple moving through the entire structure, from left to right, like a thought passing through a nervous system. The metal posts vibrated in sequence again, but this time, they were responding to Hargrove, not me. He raised his hand slightly, and the fence mirrored him. Exactly, perfectly, like both were tied to the same command source. My stomach dropped. "You control it?" I asked quietly. Hargrove didn't look at me. "No," he said. A pause. Then, "It aligns to authority variance." I frowned. Authority variance. He finally looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something almost like explanation in his expression. Not emotion, just data trying to become language. "When two officers conflict," he said, "the barrier resolves hierarchy." My throat went dry. "And how does it decide that?" He didn't answer immediately. The fence did. A section near the gate bent slightly inward again, then returned, like it was testing possibilities. By response consistency, the radio added suddenly. I looked around. Consistency of what? No answer. Just the fence tightening again. Closer this time. The wires pulled inward slightly. Not touching me, but closer than before. Like pressure building in space itself. I stepped back. The fence relaxed instantly. I stopped. It stopped. I moved my hand half an inch. It reacted. I froze completely, because I understood what this meant now. It wasn't guarding territory. It was learning behavior. My behavior. And Hargrove. And anything else inside this system, long enough to be measured. The booth lights flickered again behind me. Another entry appeared in the logbook. I didn't need to look to know what it said, but I looked anyway. Barrier synchronization initiated. My chest tightened, because synchronization meant merging. Not balance, not control. Merger. I turned toward Hargrove. "He's rewriting the perimeter," I said. Hargrove shook his head slightly. "No," he replied. A pause. Then, "It is resolving contradiction." That word again. Resolution. Correction. Now contradiction. Everything here was about eliminating differences. The fence tightened suddenly. Not toward me. Toward a point behind me. I turned quickly. Nothing there. Just desert. But the fence still reacted like something had approached. Something I couldn't see. I whispered, "Did you see that?" Hargrove didn't answer. But the fence did. It shifted again. Faster. More precise. Now reacting to empty space, as if it carried intent. My breathing got shallow, because the fence wasn't responding to physical movement anymore. It was responding to probability, to possibility, to thought. I took one slow step backward without meaning to. The fence didn't react immediately. It waited, then adjusted, like it was recalculating my pattern. Hargrove finally spoke again. "You are being indexed." I looked at him sharply. Indexed for what? He didn't answer, because the fence answered instead. A faint vibration ran through the entire structure, like a collective inhale. And then the radio spoke one final time. "Barrier model complete." I felt my blood go cold. "Complete what?" I whispered. The fence tightened slightly. Not aggressively, not defensively, just finalizing, like a system finishing calibration. Hargrove turned slightly toward me now. Not fully, just enough to make me feel it. And for the first time since I arrived at checkpoint 13, I understood the real purpose of the barrier. It wasn't keeping anything out. It was deciding what counted as inside the system. And right now, I was still being measured for entry. The first time I noticed the highway wasn't finished, I was already on it. No warning signs. No change in terrain. Just a sudden awareness that something important was missing from the map in my head. We were sent out at 03:10. Routine patrol order. Sector 9 boundary sweep. But the message had one strange line at the bottom. Monitor Highway 37, crossing point undefined. I remember staring at that word. Undefined. Not missing. Not restricted. Just not defined. Like the road existed, but nobody agreed on what it was supposed to be. I asked dispatch about it before we left. The answer came too fast. Almost rehearsed. Just visual confirmation only. No engagement unless necessary. That didn't help, because nothing about Highway 37 felt like something you're supposed to only look at. It felt like something that looks back. We drove out in a 2-vehicle unit. Standard formation. My partner, Ray's, stayed quiet the entire time. That was normal for him. But what was normal was how he kept checking the rearview mirror every few seconds. Not alert. Not nervous. Just like he expected something to already be behind us. The road out of Sector 9 started normal. Flat desert. Long shadows. Radio chatter in the background. Then the first odd thing happened. The GPS flickered. Once, then stabilized, then changed routes without input. Did you see that? I asked. Ray's nodded slowly. Yeah, he said, it's rerouting us. Why? He didn't answer, because the screen changed again before he could. New route loaded. Highway 37 active path. I frowned. There's no Highway 37 in this sector. Ray's finally spoke. Not officially. That word again. Officially. Like there was another version of reality running underneath this one. We kept driving, and the desert started to feel divided. Not visually. Structurally. On the left side of the road, the terrain felt familiar. Rocky, dry, predictable. On the right side, something felt off. Like distance wasn't consistent anymore. Like space was stretching slightly longer than it should. I slowed the vehicle. The radio crackled once. Not dispatch. Just static forming into a tone. Then, entering transitional corridor. I looked at Ray's. Did you hear that? He nodded again, but his eyes were locked forward now. Unblinking. We crossed a faded stretch of asphalt that wasn't on the map. No paint markings. No center line. Just darker road material, like it had been laid separately and forgotten. And then it happened. The world didn't shift. It corrected. That's the only way I can describe it. The sky stayed the same. The desert stayed the same. But something inside my perception clicked into a new alignment. The GPS beeped. Highway 37, active zone confirmed. Ray's exhaled slowly. Okay, he said, that's new. I didn't like how calm he sounded. Because I wasn't calm. I was noticing gaps. Missing details. Like the road behind us wasn't matching the road ahead. I checked the mirror. For a second, I thought I saw another vehicle behind us. but when I blinked, it was gone. Ray's noticed my movement. "You saw it too?" he asked. My stomach tightened. "Yeah," I said, "I think so." He didn't ask what it was. That made it worse, because he already knew. We continued forward, and the highway started behaving differently. Road signs appeared too often, but never repeated. Each one blank. No symbols. Just metal frames standing like placeholders waiting for instructions. Every few miles, the road would widen slightly, then narrow again, like it couldn't decide its own size. The radio crackled again, this time clearer. Boundary overlap detected. I frowned. Boundary of what? I asked. No answer. Ray's leaned forward slightly. "Do you feel that?" he asked quietly. "Feel what?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Like we're not moving forward." I looked at the speedometer. It was steady, but the scenery didn't agree. The desert wasn't passing us normally anymore. It was updating, like frames in a video skipping ahead without continuity. I pressed the accelerator slightly. Nothing changed. The distance ahead didn't shorten. It just rearranged. That's when I saw the first border marker. On the left side of the road, a tall post, white paint, official seal, but no flag, and no name. Ray's muttered, "That shouldn't be there." I slowed down. The GPS flickered again. "You are between Disappearances, zones." My chest tightened. "Between," I said out loud. "That's not a sector classification." Ray's turned to me slightly. "It is now." We passed the marker, and the moment we did, the radio went silent. Not static, not interference, just off. Complete absence of signal. The desert noise outside also changed. Wind stopped. Not gradually. Instantly. Like someone had cut the atmosphere's background audio. I pulled the vehicle over instinctively. Ray's didn't argue. He just stared forward. I opened the door. The air outside felt wrong. Not hot. Not cold. Just undecided. Like temperature hadn't been assigned. I stepped out slowly and realized something that made my skin tight. The road markings beneath my boots weren't consistent. The asphalt texture changed every few feet, like multiple roads had been layered and partially erased. Ray stepped out too. "Something's wrong with mapping," he said. I shook my head. "No," I replied slowly, "this isn't mapping." He looked at me. "What is it then?" I didn't have an answer at first. Then I said it quietly. "A border that doesn't know what it's separating." That sentence made the silence heavier. We walked a few steps forward, and the road ahead duplicated. Not split. Duplicated. Two identical highways stretching side by side. Same width. Same texture. Same horizon alignment. But slightly out of sync. Ray stopped immediately. "No," he said, "that's not possible." I checked both lanes. They both felt real, but neither felt stable. The radio suddenly crackled back to life. One line only. Select designation path. I looked at Ray's. He looked at me, and I realized neither of us had any authority over what came next, because the system wasn't asking for a decision. It was asking for confirmation of a choice it had already made. Ray's pointed to the left lane. "I think that one's older," he said. I frowned. "How do you know?" He hesitated, then said something that didn't make sense. "Because it feels like it remembers us." I didn't like that answer, but I also didn't have a better one. We got back in the vehicle, drove slowly. The moment we entered the left lane, the right lane disappeared behind us. Not faded, not merged, removed, like it had never existed. The GPS updated instantly. Highway 37, single path established. I felt my throat go dry. Single path, I whispered. Ray's didn't answer, because he was staring at the rearview mirror again. This time I looked too, and I saw it. For a split second, another patrol unit behind us. Same formation, same speed, same vehicles, but the headlights were off, and there were no drivers visible inside. I blinked. It was gone. Ray spoke quietly. I don't think we're the first ones here. I tightened my grip on the wheel. Or the last, I added without thinking. The radio clicked once more, and this time the voice was different. Calm, close, almost inside the cabin. Crossing point established. I looked ahead. The highway didn't end, but it also didn't continue. It just existed, like something waiting for us to realize we were already across it. The first time I saw them, I thought I was just tired. My eyes had that heavy burn from too many night hours, and the highway ahead looked like it was bending slightly under the heat that wasn't even there. Highway 37 was always like that, too straight, too empty, too quiet for a place that was supposed to be normal patrol territory. But that night, something was already off before the cars even appeared. My radio kept cracking with soft static, like someone was breathing on the other end without talking. Dispatch hadn't said anything important in almost an hour, just silence, heavy, thick silence. Then I saw headlights. Far ahead, low and white, moving fast. I slowed down instinctively, hand tightening on the steering wheel. At first, I thought it was just another patrol unit, maybe backup, maybe a civilian vehicle that somehow got past the checkpoints. But then I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. They were coming from the wrong direction. Not just speeding, not just reckless. They were driving against traffic, on my side of the road. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. Okay, I whispered to myself, that's not possible. Highway 37 didn't even have opposing lanes this far out. It was a single-direction stretch, one long, straight run through desert and rock. There was no physical space for wrong-direction driving. But the headlights kept coming, and there was more than one. 3, maybe 4 vehicles. All moving fast, all perfectly aligned like they were following something invisible. I hit the radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 12. I've got multiple vehicles approaching from Sector 9, heading northbound in what looks like southbound lanes. Confirm traffic control or escort. Static answered me. Not loud static. Soft static, like a whisper that didn't want to be heard. Then, for half a second, I thought I heard my own call repeated back to me. But slightly delayed. Slightly wrong. I frowned. Dispatch. No answer. The first car passed me. Except it didn't pass like normal. It slid by me. That's the only way I can describe it now. No wind rush, no engine roar. Just a white sedan moving in the opposite direction, its headlights not even touching my truck as it crossed. It looked like it was on the same road, but not the same layer of it. I turned my head to follow it. And I swear to God, there was no driver inside. Just a dark shape in the seat that didn't move. It didn't look at me. It didn't react. It just kept going. I slammed the brakes. My tires screeched hard against asphalt, and my truck jolted forward before stopping. Okay, I breathed. Okay, what the hell was that? Then the second vehicle came. A pickup truck. Same thing. Wrong direction. Same silent movement. Same impossible smoothness. It passed me like I wasn't even there. And I noticed something worse. The road markings under them didn't react. No vibration, no dust kick-up. Like they weren't touching the road at all. Like they were just being projected across it. My chest started tightening. I grabbed the radio again. Dispatch, I need confirmation. I've got multiple vehicles on Highway 37, southbound lane, but there is no southbound lane. They are moving against flow. Do you copy? A pause. Then something came through. But it wasn't clear. It sounded like numbers. Like someone reading coordinates very slowly. Then a voice. Mine. Unit 12, hold position, do not intersect. I froze. That wasn't my voice. But it sounded like me. Same tone, same breath pattern. Just slightly off, like a copy that learned me wrong. I pulled the radio away like it was burning. My pulse was loud in my ears now. Another set of headlights appeared. This time closer. And I realized something that made my throat dry. They weren't just coming from the wrong direction. They were coming from where there was no road at all. The desert side. Flat sand, no entry, no access. And yet there they were. A line of vehicles moving in formation like the road had always existed for them. I stepped out of my truck without thinking. The night air hit my face, cold and sharp, even though it shouldn't have been. The convoy passed again. Closer this time. And I saw details I wish I hadn't. License plates blurred out like wet ink. Headlights too bright but not illuminating anything. And inside each vehicle, silhouettes. Not moving. Not sitting. Just present. Like placeholders for people who forgot how to exist. One of them turned its head toward me. Slowly. Not like a human would. Like it was adjusting after receiving instructions. I stepped back. My boots scraped gravel. And the sound echoed too long. Way too long. Like the desert was repeating it after me. I looked down the road. And I saw something that made my brain refuse to process it at first. The convoy wasn't passing me. It was looping. The same cars again. Same order. Same distance. Like they were stuck in a pattern that didn't care about time. I whispered, "This isn't traffic." A wind picked up suddenly. But only around the road. Not the desert. Just the asphalt strip of Highway 37. Like the road itself was breathing. My radio crackled again. This time clearer. Unit 12, report status. I grabbed it instantly. I'm here, but there are vehicles that shouldn't exist. They're moving in loops. No drivers, no contact. I need backup now. Silence. Then, copy, confirm visual of non-standard convoy. I swallowed hard, confirmed. A pause again. Longer this time. Then the voice came back. Calm. Too calm. Do not approach formation. I looked at the convoy again and realized something that made my skin crawl. They were slowing down. Not stopping. Just noticing me. One by one. Their alignment shifted. Not toward each other. Toward me. Like I had become part of their route. I stepped backward toward my truck. But my legs didn't feel right. Like the ground wasn't steady anymore. Like the road had tilted slightly toward something I couldn't see. And then I saw it. Far down Highway 37. A gap in the air. A place where the road didn't reflect properly. Like a missing piece in a photograph. and every one of those cars was heading toward it. I whispered, "Where does it go?" No answer came. But for the first time, I think I heard the road answer instead. A low hum under everything. Like something underneath, the asphalt had just turned over in its sleep. The convoy began to pass me again. Closer, slower, and this time, one of the vehicles didn't ignore me. It stopped, right beside me. The window rolled down. There was no driver, only a dark interior that felt too deep, like it didn't belong inside a car at all. And from inside the radio of that vehicle, my voice came out again. But this time it wasn't speaking. It was counting. 1, 2, 3, position maintained. I stepped back so fast I almost fell. The car rolled forward again like nothing happened. And the convoy continued toward the gap in the road, toward the place that wasn't there. I grabbed my radio one last time. "Dispatch, I think I'm losing visual integrity on Highway 37. The road is." Static cut me off. But under it, I heard something new. Not numbers, not my voice. Something like breathing through a broken speaker. Slow, close, and then the words came through, clear enough to understand. "You are still in formation." My truck lights flickered. Once, twice, and when they came back, the convoy wasn't ahead of me anymore. It was behind me, moving in the same direction I was facing, like I had always been part of it. And Highway 37 was no longer empty. The first thing I saw was the barrier arm moving on its own. Up and down, slow, perfect timing, like it was greeting something I couldn't see. I stopped my truck right before the booth, but I already knew something was wrong. There was no operator, no lights inside the small glass room, no movement, just the faint glow of the toll machine, like it was still working, even though no one was there to run it. And yet, it was collecting tickets. I stepped out slowly. The air felt heavier here, not hot, not cold, just dense, like walking through water you can't see. My boots touched the asphalt, and I heard something strange. A soft mechanical beep. From the booth, as if it had noticed me. I looked around. No other vehicles. No patrol backup. Just Highway 37 stretching behind me like it didn't end anywhere real. Then I saw the tickets, stacked inside the machine tray. Fresh, clean, still warm-looking somehow, like they were printed seconds ago. I frowned. "No operator but active system," I muttered. The radio on my shoulder crackled once, then stopped. No dispatch, no static, nothing. Just silence so clean it felt unnatural. I walked closer. The glass booth reflected me, but not properly. My reflection was slightly delayed, like it was thinking before copying me. I froze. My reflection froze a second later. I lifted my hand slowly. The reflection did the same, but not at the same speed. Not perfectly synced. Like it was learning me again. A cold feeling crawled up my spine. "This is not normal," I whispered. Inside the booth, the ticket machine clicked again. Another ticket printed. It slid out automatically and fell onto the tray. I leaned in slightly to see it better, and the text on the ticket made my stomach tighten. Unit record, Passion Pilotidi. Vehicle unidentified. Driver status, present. But there was no driver. No car nearby. Nothing. Just me. My breathing got shallow. "That's impossible," I said quietly. Then the barrier arm lifted again. Slow, like it was letting something through, something I couldn't see. I stepped back immediately, and that's when I heard it. Engines, multiple, far behind me, coming closer. I turned. The road was empty, but the sound was. It was getting louder anyway, like invisible vehicles were approaching at full speed. My hand went instinctively to my radio. Dispatch, I need confirmation at toll checkpoint. Something is processing entries without physical traffic. Do you copy? Silence. Then a faint voice. Not clear. Not stable. Processing confirmed. I froze. That voice wasn't mine this time, but it still sounded familiar, like it had been pulled from my own memory and stretched wrong. The engine sound grew louder. Now it was everywhere. Left, right, behind me. But still nothing was visible. I turned slowly in a circle. Empty highway. Empty desert. But full sound. Like the world had become a recording of traffic without the traffic itself. Then the booth clicked again. Another ticket printed. And another. And another. Faster now. Like something was entering in waves. I moved closer without thinking. Inside the tray, the tickets were piling up. Each one stamped with the same thing. Pass confirmed. Pass confirmed. Pass confirmed. I reached out and touched one. It was warm. I pulled my hand back fast. Okay, I said under my breath. This is not physical traffic. This is registration without presence. And the moment I said that, the barrier arm dropped. Hard, blocking the road. But I wasn't even trying to cross. I was just standing there. So what exactly was it blocking? I stepped back again. My boots scraped the ground, and the scraping sound echoed too long. Too clean. Like the road was repeating it for me. Then I saw something new. Dust movement. Ahead of the booth. Like something heavy had just passed through it. But I couldn't see anything. Only disturbance. Only motion without form. The booth scanner beeped again. A new ticket printed. But this one didn't fall into the tray. It slid out toward me. Slowly. Like it was being offered. My hand hesitated. I didn't want to touch it. But I did. Because I needed answers. The moment I picked it up, the radio in my shoulder came alive. Loud. Too loud. A burst of static exploded in my ear. Then, my own voice again. Clear. Close. Unit 12 confirmed a checkpoint, awaiting clearance. I stumbled back. That's not me, I said immediately. I'm right here. I am not reporting clearance. The radio didn't respond. But the booth did. Another ticket printed. This time it had something different. Vehicle identified, Unit 12. Driver status, VERFID. My throat went dry. No, I whispered. No, no, no. I backed away fast. The booth lights flickered for the first time. Inside, I finally saw something I hadn't noticed before. A shadow, sitting in the operator chair. Completely still. Facing forward. But when I blinked, it was gone. Or maybe it was never there. The engine sound suddenly stopped. Complete silence hit the highway. Like someone cut the world's audio cable. And in that silence, the barrier arm lifted again. But not toward the road. Toward me. Like I was the one being processed now. My pulse hit my ears. I stepped back slowly. And that's when the ticket machine printed one final slip. It didn't fall. It was pushed out with force. It slid across the counter and dropped directly at my feet outside the booth. I stared at it, didn't want to pick it up, but I had to know. I bent down slowly. My fingers shook as I turned it over, and what I saw made my stomach drop completely. Pass confirmed. Vehicle Unit 12. Driver status, not verified. Under review. Then something new appeared beneath it. Handwritten, like it was added after printing. You are next in line. I stepped back so fast I almost fell. The radio came alive again instantly. But this time it wasn't static. It was breathing. Slow. Very close. And then the voice spoke again. Not mine. Not anyone I knew. Just something using my channel. Proceed forward. I looked up. The toll barrier was fully open now. And beyond it, the road didn't look the same anymore. It looked longer, like it had been extended while I wasn't looking. And somewhere deep inside me, I realized something terrifying. There was traffic here. I just wasn't supposed to see it. But I was already part of it. And Highway 37 was still processing me. It started with a mistake in time. At least that's what I thought at first. The camera feed from Highway 37 came through the control terminal like normal, grainy, slightly delayed, standard night surveillance, nothing special. But then I noticed something that made me lean closer. The footage didn't match what I was seeing outside. Not by angle, not by clarity, but by time. On the screen, a patrol truck, my patrol truck, was already parked near the checkpoint. But I was still driving toward it in real life. I slowed down instinctively. My hands went cold on the wheel. No, I muttered, that's not possible. I looked up through the windshield. Empty road ahead. No truck. No checkpoint activity. Just Highway 37 stretching like it always did. Then I looked back at the screen. And there I was again. Already outside the vehicle. Walking towards something off-frame. My stomach tightened hard. I stopped the truck completely. The engine sound faded into the desert air like it didn't want to stay. I stared at the monitor. My own movements were happening ahead of me. Like the camera had already lived my future. I whispered, this is a delay feed. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't that simple. Because delays don't show the future. They show the past. And this was ahead. I reached for the radio. Dispatch, confirm camera sync on Highway 37. My feed is showing activity before real-time movement. Do you copy? Static answered instantly. Then a voice. Calm. Too calm. Feeds are correct. I froze. That's not correct, I said. I haven't even reached the checkpoint yet, but the camera shows me already there. A pause. Then the voice again. You have already arrived. My chest tightened. I turned off the engine completely. Silence hit the cab so hard it felt physical. I leaned toward the monitor again. The footage changed. Now I was inside a building. A control room. But I had never been inside that building before. In the video, I was speaking to someone I couldn't see. Arguing. Writing something down. And then stopping. Just freezing mid-motion like something had interrupted thought itself. I blinked fast. What is this? I whispered. The footage suddenly jumped. No transition. No cut. Just instant change. Now I was standing outside my truck on the real highway again. But in the feed, I was doing something I wasn't doing yet. I was looking directly at the camera. At myself. At this exact moment. My breath stopped. Because in the video, I raised my hand slowly and pointed at the screen. At me. I jerked back from the monitor so fast my chair hit the metal wall behind me. No, 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 I said under my breath. My heart was hammering now. I looked outside again. Still nothing. No movement. No sign of anything wrong. But the screen kept going. And now something changed. The footage wasn't just showing me. It was showing the road reacting to me. The desert flickered slightly around the edges, like reality was buffering. And then I saw it. The checkpoint, but not the normal one. It was different. Extended. Wrong proportions. Like someone had stretched it while I wasn't looking. And I was walking toward it in the footage. Slow. Controlled. Like I had no choice in where my body was going. I reached for the radio again. But before I could speak, the camera feed flickered, and a second version of me appeared in the frame. Standing still, watching the moving version of me, like two timelines overlapping. I whispered, "That's not me." But it was. Both of them were me. Just not in the same moment. The radio crackled again, and this time the voice changed. It sounded closer. Right behind me almost. Camera synchronization complete. I turned around instantly. Nothing there. But I swear I felt air shift behind my neck. Like something had just leaned away from me. I turned back to the monitor. And the footage had changed again. Now it showed my truck. Empty. Idling on the road. But I was still inside it. Watching it. Which didn't make sense. I grabbed the dashboard. Looked through the windshield. My truck was there. Still running. Still real. But on the screen, I had already stepped out. Already walking towards something unseen. I whispered, "I'm out of sync." And the moment I said it, the radio responded immediately. "No, you are aligned." The word hit wrong. Aligned. Not synced. Not recorded. Aligned. Like I was being placed somewhere. I leaned closer to the screen again and saw something that made my throat go dry. The footage now showed the highway behind me, but not empty, filled with vehicles. A convoy, moving slowly, perfect formation, and I was part of it, walking between them like I had always belonged there. But I wasn't there. Not yet. At least I didn't think I was. My hands started shaking. I checked the outside again. Nothing. Just desert silence. But the screen kept showing more. The convoy was moving towards something. A structure I couldn't see in real life. A place outside my field of vision. And then, in the footage, all the vehicles stopped at the same time. Like they had received a signal. Every single one. Perfect synchronization. Then all of them slowly turned. Toward the camera. Toward me. I stepped back without thinking. The chair scraped loudly behind me. The sound felt too loud for the empty night. And then the footage did something worse. It zoomed in. Not digitally. Not smoothly. But like something inside the camera was leaning closer. And I saw it. A version of me inside the convoy. Looking directly into the lens. Mouth moving. Saying something I couldn't hear. I hit the monitor hard. "Stop," I shouted. The screen flickered. For a second, everything went black. Then it came back. But now the footage was live. No delay. No preview. Just real time. And I was no longer outside the truck. I was already walking toward the checkpoint. Slow, mechanical, like I had accepted it without remembering when. I spun around in panic. Through the windshield, I saw myself walking, away from the truck, toward Highway 37. Except my body, inside the truck, was still there, watching me leave. Two versions, same person, different moments that refused to stay in order. The radio whispered again. Camera has stabilized your sequence. I whispered back, what does that even mean? No answer, only silence. Then the footage showed something new. The checkpoint ahead, now clearly visible. But wrong. It wasn't just a structure anymore. It looked like it was made of repeated frames. Like reality itself was stacked in layers, and only one was slightly misaligned. And I was walking straight into it. I reached for the door handle of the truck, but stopped, because I realized something terrifying. Every time I looked at the screen, I lost a second of myself in real life. And I didn't know how many seconds I had left. The convoy in the footage started moving again, and I saw myself inside it again. But now I wasn't walking. I was sitting, inside a vehicle I couldn't see, looking out at nothing, waiting for something I couldn't remember agreeing to. The radio gave one final message. Soft, almost gentle. Final alignment approaching. I looked at the screen one last time, and my reflection in it smiled. Not me. Not fully. Just enough to make sure I understood. And then the camera feed went dark. But the road outside didn't. I noticed something wrong before I even understood what I was looking at. The highway map on my dashboard wasn't matching the road under my wheels. At first I thought it was just a GPS glitch that happens sometimes out here. Weak signal, bad towers, desert interference, but this was different. The blue line on the screen was moving. Not my marker, the road itself. I slowed down without meaning to. My hand stayed on the wheel, but my eyes locked on the map. Highway 37 was supposed to run straight east for another 60 miles before the next junction. But now it looked shorter, like someone had erased a piece of it while I was still driving on it. I whispered, "That's not possible." The radio cracked before I even finished the thought. Unit 7, confirm position. I pressed the button, but my voice came out slower than usual. Still on Highway 37, mile I think 88. Silence. Then another voice, but not from my channel. Negative. Highway 37 ends at mile 82. I felt my stomach tighten. I looked outside. The road markers were still there, but something about them felt off, like they weren't anchored properly to the ground anymore. A few of them leaned slightly toward the desert wind, even though there was no wind. And the sky above them looked too close, like it had dropped lower. My GPS beeped again. A new message popped up. Route RCLCULATNG. New path found. Do not exit vehicle. I didn't like the last line. It felt personal. Like it wasn't advice. Like it was watching me decide. I kept driving, but slower now. Careful, listening more than looking. That's when I noticed the first shift. The road didn't feel straight anymore. Not physically, not at first. But every few minutes, the horizon would tilt just slightly. A soft bend that wasn't there before. Like the land was adjusting itself while I wasn't paying attention. I tried to ignore it. Then I saw a mile marker. It said 83. But I had just passed 88. I checked my log. I checked my odometer. Everything said I was moving forward. But the road was disagreeing. And the road was winning. The radio clicked again. Unit 7, Report visual confirmation of mile marker 83. I swallowed. I just passed it. A pause. Then the voice said something that made my grip tighten on the wheel. There is no past on Highway 37. Static swallowed the rest. The desert around me started changing after that. Not dramatically, not like a movie. More like details being quietly replaced. A rock that was on the right side of the road appeared on the left a minute later. A dead cactus that I was sure I passed earlier was now standing ahead of me again. Same shape, same shadow, different position. Like the road was looping me without turning me around. I started to feel it in my body before I could prove it. That slow sinking realization that I was no longer moving through space. I was moving through something else. Time, memory, or something pretending to be both. Then I saw headlights. Far ahead. At first, I thought it was another convoy. Relief hit me fast, too fast. But as they came closer, I realized something wrong. There was no engine sound. No radio chatter. Just lights. Dozens of them. Moving in perfect silence. Coming toward me. On my side of the road. Against traffic. I slowed down instinctively, but they didn't react. They didn't swerve. They didn't even look like they noticed me. The first car passed me, and I swear to God I saw the inside. No driver. No passengers. Just a steering wheel turning slightly on its own. Like it was remembering how to drive. The second car passed. Same thing. Empty. Running. Perfect control without anyone inside. I hit the brakes hard. My tires screeched against asphalt that suddenly felt softer than it should. The convoy behind me didn't stop. They kept coming. One after another. Silent headlights slicing through the desert dark. All empty. All moving like they were still part of a schedule I couldn't see. My radio exploded with noise. Not static. Voices. Multiple units speaking over each other. Position shifting. Road is not stable. Repeat, Highway 37 is relocating. I pressed the radio button. What do you mean, RELOCATING? Silence hit instantly. Then one voice answered. Calm to calm. Unit 7, do not attempt confirmation. I looked at my GPS again. And this time, I felt something cold crawl up my spine. The map wasn't just shifting. It was sliding. Like the highway was detaching itself from the ground and moving somewhere else while I stayed inside it. The blue line bent slowly east. Then north. Then back south. Like it couldn't decide where it existed. And I was inside it. Driving along with something that didn't know where it was going. I tried to mark my position manually, but every coordinate I entered changed before I could submit it. As if the system was correcting me. As if I was the error. Outside, the desert started to feel wrong in a deeper way. The horizon no longer stayed fixed. It drifted. Subtle at first, then noticeable. Like I was watching a painting being pulled sideways. I stopped the car. I shouldn't have. But I needed to understand what was happening. The moment I stopped, the silence became heavy. Not quiet. Heavy. Like the air itself had weight. And then I saw it. A road sign ahead. Same as before. Mile marker 84. But I was supposed to be past 90 by now. I got out. The ground under my boots felt slightly delayed, like it didn't react immediately to pressure. I walked toward the sign. Each step felt like it was arriving half a second late. When I reached it, I noticed something carved into the metal. Fresh scratches. Not rust. Not age. Scratch marks that looked recent. They formed words. You are moving inside the map now. My breath stopped. Behind me, I heard engines again. I turned slowly. The convoy cars were still passing. Still empty. Still driving. But now they were not following the road I was on. They were following a road I could not see. A parallel version of Highway 37. One that existed just slightly out of sync with mine. And as I watched them pass, I realized something worse. They weren't going forward. They were looping. The same vehicles were coming back again. Different order. Same cars. Same emptiness. Like the road had turned into a closed circuit. A system that recycled movement without destination. My radio turned itself on. No button press. No signal request. Just activation. And a voice I had never heard before spoke directly into my cabin. Not through speakers. Through the air. Unit 7, you are now aligned. I froze. Aligned with what? I whispered. A pause. Then the answer came. The current version of Highway 37. My GPS flickered violently. The blue line collapsed inward. Then expanded again. And for a split second, I saw something impossible. Not a map. A structure. Like Highway 37 wasn't a road at all. But a living loop stretched across a blank space that kept rewriting itself. And I was inside one of its moving sections. A section that had started to drift away from where it used to belong. The convoy passed again. And this time I saw something new. In the empty driver's seat of one truck, a shadow appeared. Not a person. Not fully formed. Just the suggestion of someone learning how to exist in that seat. Watching forward. Waiting for instructions that never came. My throat went dry. Because I understood it then. The highway wasn't empty. It was being filled. Slowly. By something that didn't need arrival. Only repetition. And as I stood there, listening to engines that had no drivers, watching a road that refused to stay still, I realized the worst part wasn't that Highway 37 was moving. It was that it might never have been still in the first place. Behind me, my own car lights flickered on, even though I hadn't touched them. And the engine started itself, as if it had decided I was done walking, as if the road had already chosen my next position. I turned back slowly. The driver's seat was waiting. But for the first time since this began, I wasn't sure if it was waiting for me, or for what I was becoming inside it. We came back from a routine sweep, with nothing unusual on the road. But the logbook in my hands was already full. That was the first thing I noticed when I stepped out of the truck. The desert air was still hot, even though the sun had already dropped behind the horizon. Our tires were coated in dust, same as always. Radios still crackling with low static. Everything looked normal. Too normal. But my logbook. It was. I flipped it open while standing beside the vehicle. Page 1, our departure time. Page 2, checkpoint confirmation. Page 3, a stop we never made. I frowned. Who filled this out? I muttered. No one answered right away. My partner, Hassan, was still checking the gear in the back. He didn't even look up. Fill what? He asked. I held the book out. This, it's already written. He walked over slowly. I saw his face change the closer he got. Not fear exactly. Confusion, deep confusion. Like his brain refused to accept what his eyes were seeing. He took the logbook, flipped it once, twice, then stopped. That's not my handwriting, he said quietly. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Because it wasn't just one page. It was all of them. Entries we never made. Stops we never recorded. Times that didn't match our shift. And worse, descriptions of things we didn't do. One line caught my eye immediately. Unit returns at 02:17. No anomalies observed on Highway 37. I looked at Hassan. We just left Highway 37 an hour ago, I said. He nodded slowly. Yeah, and we didn't stop at 02:17. A silence stretched between us. The desert wind moved around the truck like it was avoiding us. Then the radio in the cab clicked on by itself. We both turned at the same time. Static filled the air for a few seconds. Then a voice broke through. Calm flat. Unit 7, confirm return log. Hassan leaned in. This is Unit 4. We just returned. No one has updated our logs. A pause. Then the voice answered. You have already returned. I felt my skin tighten. That didn't make sense. Not in any way I could explain. I grabbed the logbook again. Flipped to the last page. My name was written at the bottom. Signed perfectly in my handwriting. But I didn't remember writing it. Not even a second of it. Hassan pointed at another entry. Look at this. I leaned closer. It read, Crew reports visual contact with man on Highway 37. Subject not confirmed real. Observation ongoing. My stomach dropped. Because I remembered that part. But I also didn't. It was like trying to hold smoke in your hands. You feel something, but you can't keep it. The radio crackled again. This time the voice was lower. Closer. Did you see him again? Hassan swallowed. See who? No answer. Just static. Then the radio turned off. Completely. No power, no light, nothing. I checked the dashboard. Same thing, dead. But the engine was still warm. Like it had just been running. Hassan stepped back from the truck slowly. Something off, he said. I don't mean like equipment off, I mean reality off. I didn't argue. Because I felt it too. The desert behind us looked unchanged. But somehow wrong. The shadows didn't match the direction of the dying light. They were slightly delayed. Like they were reacting late. I looked back at the logbook again. And I saw something new. A page that wasn't there before. Fresh ink. Fresh paper. As if it had just been added while I wasn't looking. I turned it. And my hands went numb. It was a sketch. Not written. Drawn. A man standing in the middle of Highway 37. No face. Just a dark outline. And behind him, vehicles. Dozens of them. All facing different directions. All stopped. But still running. Hassan saw it too. He stepped closer, breathing harder now. Who drew that? He asked. I didn't answer. Because I noticed something else. The drawing wasn't static. The ink was moving slightly. Not smudging. Not bleeding. Moving. Like the picture was trying to correct itself. To become something else. Then the page beneath it started filling in. Slowly. Words appearing without a pen touching it. Line by line. Unit 4 return accepted. I dropped the logbook. It hit the ground hard. But the pages didn't close. They kept turning. By themselves. Hassan stepped back fast. No, I'm not dealing with this. I should have agreed. I should have left. But my body didn't move. Because I realized something worse. The entries in the book weren't just recording us. They were predicting us, writing us, ahead of time. The radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't in the truck. It was inside my head. Not a voice from speakers. A voice from everywhere. Unit 4, report condition of Highway 37 anomaly. Hassan shouted, "We already reported it." Static. Then the answer came. "You have not yet experienced it." A cold wave passed through me. Because that sentence didn't belong to time. It didn't belong to anything human. I picked up the logbook again. Against my better judgment, another page had appeared. This one had only a single line. "Next entry will occur during night recheck." Hassan looked at me sharply. "We are not going back there." I nodded. I agreed. But even as I said nothing, I felt it. That pull, like something far away, was already arranging our next movement. Not asking, not waiting, just scheduling. The wind shifted, and for a split second, I thought I heard engines in the distance. But there were no roads out here. Only sand and silence. We packed the gear fast. Too fast. Like leaving early could undo whatever had already started. I got into the driver's seat. Hassan climbed in beside me. We didn't speak. Not because we were calm. Because we were both trying to understand what could still be real. I started the engine. It turned on instantly. Too instantly. Like it had been waiting. As we drove away from the checkpoint, I looked in the rearview mirror. The logbook was still on the ground. Open. And even from a distance, I could see the pages turning. Slowly. Like it was still working without us. Still writing. Still updating. Still deciding what we would remember next. Hassan finally spoke after a long silence. "If the book already knows we came back." I didn't answer. He continued, quieter. "Then, what happens when it writes the next trip before we leave?" I tightened my grip on the wheel. Because I didn't have an answer. But I had a feeling. A very bad one. That Highway 37 wasn't just part of our patrol route anymore. It was becoming part of us. And somewhere out there in the desert dark, something was already preparing the next entry. The first time I saw the roster update, I thought it was a clerical mistake. Then I realized the name didn't belong to any mistake we could understand. It was just there. Clean, perfect, active duty. But with no file behind it. No record, no assignment history, no identity trail. Only a name. And it was listed under our unit. I stared at the screen longer than I should have. The admin room was quiet except for the soft hum of old air vents. Fluorescent lights flickered once, like they were tired of staying consistent. Hassan stood behind me, sipping cold tea. "What's wrong?" he asked. I pointed at the screen. "Tell me you see this." He leaned in, squinting at the roster. At first he didn't react. That was worse. Because it meant his brain was still trying to decide if it was real. Then his eyes locked on the name. And he stopped sipping. The teacup stayed halfway to his mouth. "That's not in our unit," he said. I shook my head. "It says it is." He moved closer to the monitor. Scrolled. Paused. Scrolled again. Then frowned. "There's no file attached," he said slowly. "No ID photo, no birth record, no training history." I felt a strange pressure behind my eyes. Like my mind didn't want to stay focused on it for too long. Like something in me was resisting the information. Hassan clicked on the name. Nothing opened. No error. No system response. Just blank space. And then the cursor blinked, like it was waiting for instructions we hadn't learned yet. That's when the radio on the desk clicked on by itself. We both turned. Static filled the room. Then a voice came through. Calm. Too calm. Unit records synchronized. Hassan grabbed the mic instantly. Who is this? Identify yourself. A pause. Then, all active personnel accounted. I felt my skin tighten. Hassan looked at me. I didn't authorize any sync, he said. The radio didn't respond to him. It continued anyway. One additional officer confirmed present. The air in the room changed after that line. Not temperature. Not sound. Something deeper. Like the room itself had acknowledged something we hadn't. Hassan whispered, "We don't have an additional officer." But even as he said it, I wasn't fully sure. That was the worst part. Doubt didn't come like fear. It came like memory losing its edges. I turned back to the screen. The name was still there, but now a new line appeared under it. Assigned to Highway 37 Operational Unit. I froze. Hassan saw it too. He stepped back. No way. That sector doesn't even have a permanent roster. I nodded slowly, because he was right. Highway 37 was a rotating assignment. Temporary teams, temporary logs, temporary exposure. Nobody stayed long enough for permanent listing. And yet, this name was permanent. The admin system pinged again. A new notification popped up. File reconstruction in progress. I stared at it. Reconstruction, I muttered. Hassan shook his head. You don't reconstruct a file that doesn't exist. But the screen didn't care about what made sense. A folder began forming under the name. Slowly, one document at a time. Like something was building a human identity from scratch. Hassan reached for the keyboard. I'm pulling system logs, he said. But the moment his fingers touched it, the screen flickered. And for half a second the name changed. Not replaced. Edited. Like someone was correcting a typo in reality itself. I saw it clearly. The letters shifted slightly, and then settled back. Hassan pulled his hand back like the keyboard burned him. I didn't do that, he said quietly. I didn't answer, because I was watching the file grow. One page at a time. Training record. Field assignment. Equipment issuance. All of it filling in without human input. But the details, they felt familiar. Too familiar. Like I had seen them before somewhere I shouldn't have. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. Under assigned patrol partner, it listed. Hassan. I turned to him instantly. He was already staring at the screen. His face was pale. I've never been assigned to Highway 37, he said. But his voice didn't sound fully confident. Like part of him was still checking his own memory. The radio clicked again. And this time the voice changed. It wasn't the comm system tone anymore. It sounded closer. Not external. Not broadcasted. Like it was inside the room with us. Officer Hassan is verified. Hassan stepped back. No, I'm not. The radio didn't argue. It just continued. Verification complete. The lights flickered. Once, twice, and then the screen updated again. A new document appeared. A patrol log. Time-stamped. From yesterday. Hassan leaned over it slowly. Reading. His eyes moved line by line. And I watched his expression break piece by piece. Because the log described a patrol we never made. Exact route. Exact stops. Exact radio chatter. even conversations we were supposedly part of. Hassan whispered, "This is impossible." But his voice trailed off when he reached the final entry. I leaned in, and I saw it too. The last line said, "Officer Hassan confirms awareness of subject on Highway 37. Identity instability increasing." He stepped back so fast his chair hit the wall. "That's not me," he said again. But now it didn't sound like a statement. It sounded like he was asking himself. The radio crackled softly, and the voice returned. Quieter this time. More patient. Memory divergence detected. I felt a cold wave move through my chest. "Memory what?" I whispered. No answer. Just static that felt almost attentive. Hassan ran a hand through his hair. "This is wrong," he said. "This is all wrong." But the screen didn't stop building the file. Now there was a photo section. A blank placeholder. And then slowly, an image began forming. Not from a camera. Not from a file upload. From something else. Like it was being remembered into existence. The face was blurry at first. Then sharper. And I felt my throat tighten. Because it looked like someone I had seen. But I couldn't place where. Hassan saw it at the same time. And his breath stopped completely. "That's in our convoy," he said. But I shook my head. "No, that can't be. We don't have." I stopped. Because I realized something worse. We couldn't remember all our assigned personnel. Not clearly. Not reliably. Like something had been editing our awareness quietly. Every shift. Every patrol. Every log entry. The radio made a soft sound again. Almost like a sigh. Then the voice spoke one final line. Subject integrated into operational memory layer. Hassan grabbed my arm. "Tell me you understand what that means," he said. I didn't. Not fully. But I had a feeling. A very bad one. That the system wasn't just tracking us anymore. It was adding things to us. People. Records. Memories. Until we couldn't tell what was real and what had been inserted. The screen dimmed. The file closed itself. But the name remained on the roster. Still active. Still unfiled. Still without origin. Hassan looked at me, his voice barely stable. "If there's an officer listed without a file," he said slowly, "then who remembers him?" I didn't answer right away. Because I was thinking about something I didn't want to think about. The more I stared at that name, the more I felt like I had known it longer than I should have. Like it wasn't added. Like it was always there. Just waiting for us to notice it. And as the lights in the room flickered again, I realized the worst part wasn't the missing file. It was the possibility that the file was never missing at all. Just hidden inside our own memory, waiting for the moment it decided to open itself. It started with the radio answering me before I even finished pressing the button. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But then it happened again. And again. Until I realized something was listening, a second before I spoke. We were parked near the edge of Highway 37, engine idling low, desert wind scraping across the metal like dry fingers. Nothing unusual on the surface. Same road, same silence, same dead horizon that never seemed to get closer. Hassan was checking the signal strength on the console when I reached for the radio. I didn't even speak yet. And the radio clicked. Unit 7, status report. I froze. My thumb hadn't pressed anything. Hassan looked at me immediately. "Did you just transmit?" "No," I said slowly. "It spoke first." He frowned. "That's not possible." But the radio didn't care about what was possible. It repeated itself. Unit 7, status report. Then a pause. Then, engine idle, 2 occupants, 1 hesitation before response. I felt my stomach tighten. Hassan leaned forward. Did it just describe us? I didn't answer. Because it wasn't just describing us. It was describing intention. Not action. Intention. Like it knew what we were about to do before we decided. I pressed the button this time. Control, this is Unit 7. We are stationary at Sector 9 checkpoint perimeter. A second of silence. Then the radio replied instantly. Correction, you will report movement in 12 seconds. We both stared at the console. Neither of us spoke. 10 seconds passed. Then 11. At 12 seconds exactly, the truck rolled forward slightly as Hassan released the brake without meaning to. He looked down at his foot like it had betrayed him. I didn't press anything, he said. The radio clicked again. Prediction confirmed. That's when I knew this wasn't normal communication anymore. It wasn't responding. It was anticipating. We started driving again because staying still felt worse. The desert road stretched ahead like it was waiting for us to choose wrong. But every choice already felt chosen. The radio stayed quiet for a while. Too quiet. That silence was worse than the voice. Hassan kept glancing at me. Maybe it's a system glitch, he said. Some predictive algorithm misfiring. I nodded, but I didn't believe it. Because glitches don't observe hesitation. They don't notice breath changes. They don't track thought delay. The radio crackled again. Unit 7 will now discuss anomaly. Hassan froze. We weren't going to talk about it yet. The radio responded immediately. You were preparing too. I felt a cold line crawl down my spine. Hassan lowered his voice. Okay, that's not software, that's something else. The radio didn't wait for agreement. It continued. Officer Hassan will express doubt in 3, 2, 1. Hassan opened his mouth, paused, closed it again, then whispered, "No, I'm not doing that." The radio stayed silent. For the first time, it didn't correct anything. That silence felt intentional, like it was waiting for something more accurate than prediction. We drove for maybe 10 minutes without speaking. Then Hassan suddenly asked, "What are you thinking right now?" I glanced at him. Why? He looked tense. Just answer. I hesitated. That hesitation was enough. The radio clicked. Officer is considering withholding information regarding Highway 37 incident. My blood went cold. I hadn't said anything. I hadn't even formed the thought clearly. But it still spoke it. Hassan grabbed the radio unit and pulled it closer. "Stop doing that," he said sharply. "You're not in our heads." A pause. Then the radio answered. "I am not in your heads." Another pause. "I am before them." The words didn't make sense, but they felt worse than nonsense, because they implied direction. Not inside. Ahead. Like something was positioned in time, before we arrived at our own thoughts. Hassan leaned back slowly. "This is impossible," he muttered. "Thoughts don't have timing." The radio responded instantly. "All events have timing." I gripped the wheel tighter. The road ahead looked normal, but I couldn't trust normal anymore. Not after everything else. Then something strange happened. I thought something. Just a small thought. A simple one. What if we stop? Before I could even finish the idea, the radio spoke. "You will stop in 18 seconds. Hassan turned sharply. "Don't think anything else." But it was already too late. Because now I couldn't tell what was a thought anymore. Every idea felt like it was being broadcast. We tried not to think. That's when it got worse. Because silence in the mind doesn't exist. And the radio knew that too. It started filling the gaps. Unit 7 will recall Highway 37 event. Hassan shook his head immediately. We haven't even reached the main incident yet. The radio corrected him. You already have. My grip tightened, because I felt something shift inside me. A memory trying to surface, but not fully formed, like something halfway installed. I saw flashes, headlights, fog, a road that didn't match its map. But I couldn't tell if I was remembering or being shown. Hassan suddenly said, "Don't focus on it. It's trying to guide your attention." The radio responded instantly. "No, I am confirming alignment." Hassan snapped, "Alignment with what?" A pause. Longer this time. Then, with the version of you that will respond correctly. I felt my throat go dry. Respond correctly to what? I whispered. The radio didn't answer immediately. Instead, it played something. A sound file. Our own voices. But slightly wrong. Delayed. Overlapping. Like a conversation recorded before it happened. Hassan's voice came through first. "We should report this anomaly immediately." Then mine. "We already did, it didn't help." But I don't remember saying that. And I definitely don't remember the tone in it. Calm. Too calm. Like I had already accepted something I hadn't learned yet. Hassan stared at the console like it was betraying him personally. "This is playback," he said. "It's looping possible outcomes." The radio corrected him again. "No, this is selection." That word stayed in my head longer than it should have. Selection. Like we weren't speaking anymore. Like we were being chosen from possibilities. Hassan suddenly slammed his hand on the dash. "Stop predicting us," he shouted. The radio went silent. For a full 5 seconds. Then, "Officer Hassan will calm down in 7 seconds." He froze. Didn't move. Didn't speak. We both waited. 1 second. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Then his breathing slowed. Just slightly. Just enough. At exactly 7 seconds, his shoulders dropped. Not fully calm, but less tense. And the radio responded immediately. Prediction confirmed. Hassan looked at me slowly. "I didn't choose that," he said. I nodded, because I believed him. And that scared me more than anything else. We weren't being controlled. We were being forecasted. And the forecast was becoming more accurate than free will. The radio crackled again, softer now. Almost gentle. "Unit 7, prepare for next response cycle." I swallowed hard. What cycle? No answer. Just static that felt like waiting. Outside, the desert road continued forward. But I noticed something wrong again. The shadows beside the truck were slightly ahead of us. Not behind. Ahead. Like they were already living the next second before we reached it. And for the first time since this began, I didn't feel like we were inside a vehicle. I felt like we were inside a sentence. One that was still being spoken. And somewhere ahead of us, the ending was already waiting for our response. The first thing I noticed was the silence in the radio. Not the normal kind. Not the dead air you expect after a long shift. This was different. It felt like the highway itself was listening. "Unit 3, report position." I spoke into the mic, but my own voice sounded late, like it had to travel through something before reaching the speaker. A pause. Then the answer came. Unit 3, still on Highway 37. I frowned. That wasn't right. We had been driving for hours already. I remember the exit. I remember leaving the marked patrol zone. I even remember checking the fuel gauge twice because something about the road felt longer than it should. But hearing that answer made my chest tighten. I looked out the windshield. The road was still there. Flat desert on both sides. No signs, no junctions, just the same cracked asphalt stretching into a horizon that refused to get closer. Copy, I said slowly. Confirm time and checkpoint. Static. Then another voice cut in. Not my partner. Not dispatch. It sounded like me. Time is still moving forward. I turned my head so fast, I hit the roof light with my shoulder. My partner in the passenger seat didn't react. He just kept staring forward, jaw tight, hands locked on the dashboard like he was holding the entire truck together. Did you hear that? I asked. He didn't answer. I reached over and touched his arm. Cold. Not dead cold. Not warm either. Something in between, like his skin couldn't decide what state it was supposed to be in. Hey. He blinked once. Slow. Too slow. Then he said, we never left. My stomach dropped. What do you mean we never left? We've been driving for. I stopped. Because I suddenly couldn't remember when we started. Not the exact moment, not the checkpoint briefing, not even the first mile. It was like someone had torn out the beginning of the memory and left me only the middle. The radio crackled again. Unit 3 status update. I grabbed it tighter. This is Unit 3. We are en route to return point. Confirm coordinates. A long pause. Then, return point does not exist. The words landed too clean. Too final. My grip tightened on the wheel. Outside, the desert shifted slightly. I blinked, thinking it was heat haze. But the road markers, they were wrong now. There were no markers. Just black posts standing at equal distances, like someone measured emptiness and decided it needed structure. Okay, I said under my breath. Okay, that's not possible. My partner finally moved. He turned his head toward me. And for the first time, I saw his eyes fully. They weren't focused. They were repeating. Like reflections inside water. We are still on patrol, he said. No, I snapped. We are turning back, that's the plan. He shook his head slowly. No, we are still reporting in. The radio clicked again. But this time it wasn't dispatch. It was paperwork voice. Flat, mechanical, familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. Unit 3 log update. Patrol duration ongoing. I stared at the radio. That's not how logs work, I muttered. But as I said it, I felt something worse than fear. I felt doubt about whether I had ever seen a logbook before this moment. The dashboard display flickered. Not off. Not broken. Just changing. The odometer numbers started rewriting themselves. Not rolling forward. Rewriting. Like someone was editing reality line by line. My partner pointed outside. Look. I followed his finger. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Just desert heat, distance. Then I saw it. Another patrol truck. Same model. Same markings. Driving beside us. Matching our speed perfectly. No driver visible. Just a silhouette sitting where someone should be. I leaned forward. Where did that come from? My partner didn't answer. The truck beside us didn't react either. But I noticed something worse. There wasn't a road between us. Not really. The other truck was driving on what looked like the same highway, but slightly offset. like two versions of the same road overlapping incorrectly. My radio crackled again. Unit 4 reporting. I froze. We didn't have a Unit 4 assigned. At least, I didn't think we did. Unit 4 confirmed visual contact with Unit 3, the radio said. My partner slowly lifted his hand and pointed. Tell them we see them, he whispered. My mouth went dry. This is Unit 3, I said. We have visual contact with another vehicle, identity unknown. Static. Then. Good, continue formation. I turned sharply. Formation. But the other truck had already adjusted. Now it was no longer beside us. It was ahead, and behind, and somehow still next to us. 3 positions at once. My brain refused to accept it. I pressed the brakes slightly. Nothing changed. The speedometer stayed steady. The road didn't react. It felt like the concept of slowing down didn't apply here. Are we even moving? I asked. My partner didn't answer. Instead, he said something worse. If we stop, we will notice where we are. That made no sense. And yet it felt like the most important warning I had ever heard. The radio came alive again. But now multiple voices overlapped. Different units, different tones, all speaking at once. Unit 2 still in formation. Unit 5 maintaining distance. Unit 3 still on Highway 37. Highway 37. Hearing it again made something inside me twist. Because I suddenly realized I had never seen a sign confirming that name. Not once. I tried to think back. Maps, briefing sheets, GPS labels. Nothing came. Just the word sitting there in my mind like it had always been there. My partner leaned closer to the window. His breath fogged the glass. But the fog didn't disappear. It stayed, like the window was keeping it. They are watching us, he said quietly. Who? I asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the sky. I followed his hand. At first I saw clouds. Then I saw the satellites. Not blinking lights. Not stars. Just shapes. Stationary. Like they were frozen mid-orbit, staring directly down at us. My radio suddenly emitted a sharp tone. Not alert, not emergency. Recognition. Then a voice came through. Clear, calm. This is command. I almost felt relief. Almost. Then command continued. Unit 3 has been confirmed inactive for 72 hours. I blinked. What? My partner shook his head quickly. No, he whispered. No, that's wrong. I grabbed the mic. This is Unit 3. We are active. We are currently on patrol. Silence. Then command replied. Unit 3 has already completed patrol. My hands went numb. What are you talking about? We are still. I stopped, because something was wrong with my sentence. I had said we are still. Still what? Still driving. Still here. Still alive. I looked at my partner. He looked at me like he was waiting for me to remember something important. Something I had forgotten on purpose. The radio crackled again. And this time command spoke softer. Almost like pity. Unit 3, your patrol ended when you entered Highway 37. My throat tightened. That's impossible, I said. But even as I said it, I felt the road shift. Not physically, mentally, like the highway had just acknowledged being mentioned. Outside, the desert started repeating. Same rock formations, same cracked soil, same distant horizon that never moved closer. We were no longer going forward. We were circling something that didn't want to be found. My partner spoke again, voice shaking now. If they say we ended, then who is still driving? I looked at the steering wheel. My hands were still on it, but I couldn't feel the grip anymore. It was like I was remembering holding it, not actually holding it. The radio gave one final message. Units will continue reporting until formation stabilizes. Then static. Then silence. And in that silence, I realized something I didn't want to accept. We weren't lost on the highway. We were part of it. And somewhere far above us, the satellites weren't watching to track us. They were waiting for us to become consistent enough to record properly. My partner whispered again, almost like he was talking to himself now. Do you think we can leave if we stop remembering we are here? I didn't answer, because the desert outside suddenly changed again. And I saw another convoy approaching from the opposite direction. Exactly like ours. Same trucks, same positions, same silence. And in the lead vehicle, I saw myself, looking back at me, waiting for me to become someone else in the system.